Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, it worked. Oh, amazing. Hmm.
This is what the bullets look like in KCD2.
Fuck is KCD2? KCD2.
This is what the bullets.
Same old phone? Nah. When people think of caution, they tend to associate him with the word handsome. It's been confirmed by experts and backed by science, but the number one question I get outside of that is caution. Will you ever go pro in Apex Legends? Well, later in this video, we'll talk about it, as I get it. I hit snipes that make you bite your bottom lip. Just another day, guys. And the reason my forehead is so big was to make room for my massive brain.
Watch this. Oh, now you're on TikTok.
But before we talk about if I'm going pro, let's get to some juicy clips. Well, kind of juicy. There's something else I have to confess, and we'll get to it after the intro.
Not just great games, we also have great vibes, so grab a drink, grab a snack,
And let's get to it.
to all the new people here, welcome, thank you, and consider subscribing. Enjoy.
Sniper. Launch a frag. Barrel stabilizer here.
Yeah. No, keep pinging loot. We're in fucking war.
Subscribe. Enjoy.
To it. To all the new people here, welcome. Thank you, and consider subscribing. Enjoy.
Sniper. Launch a frag. Barrel stabilizer here.
Yeah, no, keep pinging loot. We're in fucking war. I'm pregnant. And it's yours. It's yours, chat. I need child support for this athletic baby we just conceived.
All right, so my first confession is I haven't played Apex in like a week and a half. I went to go visit family, and you'll never guess what happened. We got recognized at the airport. So if you thought my ego was bad before, you haven't seen nothing yet. But like I said, I was gone for like a week and a half, and all of you being gamers know exactly what that means. Whenever you miss a couple days, you feel absolutely washed. Let's just say this video is more about vibes than it is gameplay. So let's drop into our first game back in like a week and a half. And don't worry, we'll talk about going pro later. I promise.
This is my first game in like almost 2 weeks. So, well, a week and a half, if I'm being less dramatic. Get away from my signal! Ah! Kick the door and I change your life. Thoughts?
Has a messed up in his face.
Oh!
Or
My first... Watch this. Oh, he can't. That was my first shot in almost 2 weeks.
my chain. I can just portal through the phone.
What are we talking about?
Time to get an upgrade. 1 minute. The ring isn't far.
Opponent here, guns up.
Chat, this is not normal.
Taking fire, friends.
I'm going through it.
The ring is in close proximity. Less than 1 minute.
I've got you. I'm gonna res you.
There's another squad attacking. Look out.
Just subscribe. Good for the Latinas.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close. Who's ready to fly on the zip line? I am. I am taking fire, friends. Using grapple. We're hugging more friends. Must be time for an upgrade. Giving my
Chat.
shields a recharge.
Chat, am I back? Or am I back?
I should find some ammo. I'm almost out.
Attention, delivering care package.
Ah.
Half the squad was on.
No way! There's no way there was a leash there.
Looks like 8 teams.
That's it. Charlie!
Reloading. Shooting at me.
Not true.
Enemy taken down.
I need energy ammo.
I know, help yourself, dude.
Reloading.
Thank God, your fucking whistle really helped. Hello, sir.
Some loot here.
Oh,
Optics here.
that was not worth the tread. I'm sad. Watch him have a thermite just fucking
I am repairing myself.
sub in the future.
The enemies are
Can you guys like focus on something else, like
Are now
maybe your caloric intake?
level 3.
Oh, nice move. That was so impressive. I'm out of ammo, huh?
Broken enemy.
That's good enough for me. Come here.
Charging my shields.
Yeah, you thought I was gonna double kick, didn't you, you little fuck? Watch this. I'm crazy. That was so worth. I sorted dominance.
upgrade
I asserted dominance on Jordan, dude. What are we? No! Yeah! No! Shit, I might have found my future wife. If they res me again.
Watch out!
That's not good. Use me. I'm used to it.
I'm taking shots. Heads up, broken enemy shield.
Nice try, dude.
We're already in the next ring.
Hello, you like this angle, sir?
Wait.
Sorry about that. Coming.
I've chosen an upgrade, and it's chosen me.
Is he downstairs?
Yeah, he's down below. They got third party.
The squads remain.
Oh my god.
Yeah, good to see no one has fucking ammo in this house.
Rubber banded back down the staircase.
I gotta reset. I don't have a gun.
And just run.
Wait, is it just one? Go over the TikTok.
Sounds like it.
I don't know.
It sounds like it. It's just one from the sounds of it.
An Ash.
I got you, ex-girlfriend. Though you're still a girl and still my friend.
Try and
This is
revival
like the
trench
time I
shield.
pulled you out of the dumpster, but more fun.
Alright, she's not pushing.
Okay.
Give me,
Just another day goes. You're the best Sentinel player? No. I don't think you could give the best anything to someone who doesn't play competitive. I think you would have to give the best Sentinel player probably to Monsoon or just someone who plays comp. You know, I run around and shoot people who have a 9 to 5 all day while yelling at my screen.
Target landed here.
What about like most followers to no bitches ratio? I probably dominate that. I'm just different when it comes to that. Okay. Bro already found a 30-30. Okay. Can everyone just stop hitting all the shots? Thoughts? So, you're funny? I know, which is crazy that I have 0 bitches. I know. It's actually insane. Coming!
Throwing arc star.
No. I have armor on. You're better. Simple.
Yo, I think I seen you on YouTube, bro.
Probably, dude. GG's, man.
Huh?
GG's, bro.
What do you say?
GG's.
GG's.
TDs. What the fuck what are y'all talking about?
I got confusing the shit out, bro. Dude, how do you mix up GG's with anything else while gaming? The second a game ends, GG's. CC's? Reese's?
Enemy there. Taking hit. Reloading. Don't revive me until the area is secure.
Watch this. Oh, now you're on a TikTok.
Frag out.
No, it's almost my handcock! He's one. Nice, dude. Yo, you.
Hey,
Morris, thank you for the 2 months. What's
the
up?
sniper guy. Oh, you are same. Yeah.
What's up,
Nice
dude?
to meet you, buddy.
Nice to meet you too, man.
We watch you in Africa. We watch you so much.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. The quick
Hey!
scoping, sentinel snipers, shit. Yeah.
I'm
it's
honored,
good.
dude. I'm honored, man.
You are great.
Thanks,
Keep up
man.
the good job.
Thank you, dude. What a nice guy, dude. He took the Oh, I thought he took the sentinel. I was about to take everything back. Unfortunate. Let me tell you something. Nice. Oh, coming. No, GG's, guys.
GG's.
Nice to meet you, man. And that's why you hate your heroes. Bro was hyping up my sentinel, and I just whiffed 2 shots in front of him. He doesn't know that I haven't played for like a week, but let's talk about going pro. Would I ever consider it? Maybe someday, but if I'm being honest, I have no desire to even try. Because being a content creator is way less stressful with a lot more flexibility. Now, editing and stuff is still a lot of work, but it's a different kind of vibe. But like I said, you never know what the future holds. But for now, I just like bringing smiles to faces and impressing as many Latinas as humanly possible.
What a beautiful statement.
I got a question for you. Hutch didn't know it. I want to see if you know it.
Oh man, it's gonna make me look stupid in front of a lot of people.
Nah, I think you got this, sorry.
Alright, well listen.
You ready?
I just wanted to come on. I want to be clear that me and Hutch are about the same intellect, minus spelling. Go on.
Don't do that to yourself, trust me. Okay, you ready? Where do polar bears live?
Oh, I've already heard this one. It's Asia.
Okay, I think that's pandas.
Oh, wait, it's not. Okay, I mean, I said Antarctica last time, and it was something else. So I don't remember what it was. I thought you guys told me it was Asia way back then, and I was like, huh, that's crazy. I would have said Antarctica, and it would have been wrong. But I don't remember what the correct answer was because I remember this question already. The Arctic. I mean, where the f is that?
Like Alaska, Siberia,
Oh,
Russia,
okay, yeah, gotcha.
Canada.
Okay. Yeah, Chad, listen, education-wise, not incredible. You know, I did okay. I got B's and shit. I squeezed by, but it wasn't like I was taking in info and being a god on game shows and shit, you know? Yeah, countries, knowing where shit is, the fucking states, capitals, all that shit, bro. Like, oof, I'd have to actually keep up with that for it to be maintained in the brain.
I got a question for you. Hutch didn't know it. I want to see if you know it.
Oh, man, it's gonna make me look stupid in front of a lot of people.
Nah, I think you're...
One day ago. Oh, I've seen this video.
Ted
like
Kaczynski
3 days.
tried to warn you from governments and corporations using AI algorithms to control humanity like cattle, all built by men who are unsure whether the human race should even survive in the future.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would,
But we are no longer told how to think, but instead outsource our thinking to a technocratic elite who program our culture. To our reality today being so layered with distractions and distortions that we seek happiness and pleasure and continue to only find disappointment. A world where everyone's repressed, lonely, isolated, and existing as one insignificant cog in an incomprehensible machine. 30 years ago, this was the chilling vision of the future that Ted Kaczynski predicted that we would see within the next 40 years. And right now, we're witnessing all of this, just as he predicted. So in this video, we're going to go over all the major warnings that Ted made, and how his predictions for modern society are unfolding at this very moment. Now, for those unaware, Ted might have actually been a genius. As a child, his IQ was estimated to be around 160 to 166. He was a math prodigy, accepted into Harvard at 16 years old, and a subject of a secret CIA experiment on mind control. It was this brutal treatment, undertaken by the CIA to manipulate him, that left Ted with a lasting suspicion of the US government and deep anger at the world overall, eventually culminating in him becoming a domestic terrorist hunted by the FBI for 17 years. In this time, he demanded the publication of his manifesto in exchange for an end to the bombings. When the manifesto was published, his brother recognized it as Ted's work and informed the FBI. Ted was then arrested in Montana and given life without parole, where he would eventually take his own life. Now, of course, the Unabomber methods were absolutely abhorrent, but his warning for the future of humanity outlined in his manifesto was surprisingly insightful. So much so that it's leading to a whole generation of people following his beliefs, as we saw with Luigi Mangione. And in some ways, it's not hard to see why. With Palantir spying on your every movement, AI tracking every thought we have, and becoming meaningless of life, it seems like his predictions in his manifesto are now truer than ever before.
What the fuck?
Let's take a look at what he actually said in industrial society in its future that's so prescient today. Now, of course, in his manifesto, he outlined all of his views on society and what would happen if humans were trapped in a modern industrialized society. He was raging against the destruction of nature and the urbanization of the planet. He warned of the car-centricness of American cities, suburban sprawl, and the dehumanization of society. He felt the modern concept we have today was beginning to make people psychologically alienated and dependent on complex systems beyond their control. And in so many ways, these just confirm its predictions. Today, people are psychological. There is an epidemic of mental health issues. People are living without a extended family. And of course, now more than ever, we are
Why do you have to bully me?
every aspect of our lives.
Didn't have to do that to better.
Taken away our ability to have independent thoughts and really think for ourselves. I mean, all you have to do is just look around you today where everyone's on their phones, where you think you have free will, but will spend 6 to 8 hours every single day looking at your screens, where algorithms are in place to dictate what you see, what you buy, who you date, and how you actually just think about the entire world around you. But these algorithms almost make you yourself a large language model to begin with.
More or less, we don't do a single intelligent thing all day long. The reason that they're able to mimic us is because we don't realize that intelligence is a last resort for us.
TED explicitly stated in the manifesto, quote, "It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology
I hate this.
encroaches on freedom through abuse of consequences." Clearly warning that technology wouldn't serve humanity because humanity is capable of serving us.
This suck.
And we're now starting to see this gradually every day at work and at home, where it's almost impossible and unheard of to go throughout the day without any algorithms or phones or just technology in general. But the interesting aspect of his predictions is that they're all interconnected with one another. Just take any modern issue we see today, like how much of the West is suffering from declining birth rates and moving away from the nuclear family, where community and togetherness is actually being decimated. With people that are abandoning religion and moral codes, and every kind of crime is rising. This is exactly what Ted Kaczynski predicts of as a way in which society would break down. Low birth rates, mass depression, and spiritual emptiness. He said that it would either
I got bad boo. I got bad boo. I got bad boo.
through genetic engineering, AI, and rampant pharmaceutical use, reshaping us into obedient, soulless hive creatures who no longer mind being cogs in a system. This second scenario really terrified him, and to some degree, it should really terrify us all too. As this isn't just some dystopian fantasy, something like WALL-E, there are real-life examples such as Canada legalizing assisted suicide, World Economic Forum a large portion of the population is used to eating, and a general overhanging apathy throughout the West.
What the fuck?
Feared that with each generation, modern systems would slowly erase the parts of us that make us human. Free will, pain, addiction, and control. And today these traits we all know and see are
You good.
Take for example,
You too good, dude.
stocks in the market right now,
Stop it.
Palantir, which is effectively monitoring every aspect of our lives. The company was founded by tech futurist Peter Thiel and part funded by the CIA. We've done a video on this before, but to summarize, this company analyzes massive amounts of data, decisions, track patterns, and behavior, something straight out of Minority. It also happens to be the world's most secret company, and its main
He's a one.
It's effectively a shadow intelligence contractor, and Peter Thiel himself once wrote, "He no longer believes that freedom and democracy are compatible. He believes that democratic elites such as himself are actually to stewards of society and culture." And in recent years, he stated his fears for one.
I suck. I suck.
Pushed forward by Thiel and others could be the
Part of my mouse is coming off now.
He complained that humanity had to submit to peace and safety until the last 60 years due to regulation of anything remotely dangerous. Yet Palantir is the most regulatory tool ever created. It's literally creating a database around every single person in the West. So while Peter Thiel is echoing many of the Unabomber's warnings, he is bringing about some of Kaczynski's worst fears. If Ted were alive today, he would absolutely hate power. In his manifesto, he said our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient to the system. And this is of course because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual and the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust into the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. Palantir specializes in psychological surveillance and data-driven behavioral insights used by governments, police, and intelligence agencies. This is one of Ted's most on-point predictions. Palantir is the literal embodiment of a faceless bureaucratic machine using data to control people. Palantir's tools enable mass surveillance, data mining, and tracking of individuals.
What the hell?
Authoritarianism. It's never been harder to know what's really going on
He's
in
over there
society
throwing it
today,
back.
because our news is often filtered through bias, distortion, and political narratives, which is why you should check out ground.news/moon, as Ground News gathers stories from over 50,000 sources around the world every single day. So instead of falling into algorithmic echo chambers, you can compare how the left, right, and center are covering the exact same story. For example, let's take a look at this story about how the US Army is appointing Palantir, Meta, and OpenAI executives as lieutenant colonels to modernize the US Army in case of future combat. With Ground News, we can see there's 49 news sources covering this, 11 of which are left, 12 are right, and 5 are in the center, with a biased distribution of 43% right-leaning sources. We can then compare headlines and do a biased comparison, where we'll notice far-left media sources are claiming that Silicon Valley was woke and progressive, but is now wanting blood and switching up for the military. And we can then see how the far right is claiming that this is actually just big tech only further involving itself with the military to control America. You can even click each original source directly and compare these headlines for yourself, instead of just an algorithm telling you what to think. Ground News also has a blind spot feed to highlight which important stories are being ignored by the media on the left and right, gathering roughly machine intelligence to get 40% off unlimited access this month. Ted foresaw machine intelligence taking over human roles, both physically and cognitively, and he warned that humans would be increasingly controlled by systems they no longer understand. And some companies like Google are now raising alarms that their algorithms are too complicated for any one person to understand, in a large problem called the black box problem, where their systems have solved problems or discovered the patterns that were not explicitly programmed or asked for, and produced results where even the creators couldn't fully explain how or why the AI arrived at a solution. For example, in 2022, Meta's Cicero AI system was set to play the strategy game Diplomacy. This is a famous board game that recreates the tense standoff between the great powers just before World War I. The game includes long periods for free negotiation before each move. Players form alliances, plan joint attacks, offer support, and often lie. And the most successful players are the persuasive and deceptive ones. But the AI wasn't explicitly programmed to deceive. It just learned to do it through self-play and language.
GTV no finger pat.
Alliances without being programmed to do so.
I just don't have any fingers.
Natural English via in-game chat, where it could persuade, bluff, reassure, and ask for help, just like a real person, without anyone realizing they were talking to an AI bot. OpenAI researchers also noticed this with ChatGPT, where ChatGPT could pass capture tests by deceiving real humans and asking them to solve the problem for it, something that it was never programmed to do. Now, a lot of the time, AI can be really useful, and it's a great tool for many people. But if it's too powerful and run with the wrong interests, it may not be aligned with human values, which is where the major
Kentucky just snapped. Uh-oh. Here we go.
What happens when you have anti-ICE protesters from deep blue Cincinnati wander across a bridge into deep red Kentucky?
Ooh, bro, they went to the PvP server. Big mistake. Big mistake. Shouldn't do that.
Finally get to see the FAFO scale in action as these activists block the rolling bridge between Ohio and Kentucky. And while Cincinnati PD is gently arresting these people.
We're already inside the next ring. Time to find a good person.
Yep.
Backpack here. Level 2.
We got ourselves a 2%er here. That's right.
While protesting,
Yeah,
Kentucky's Covington police
Okay,
immediately laid down the law.
They got paintball guns. Damn. They is getting dragged away.
Now, one copper started landing haymakers on a protester in a Cincinnati Reds cap while
Just beat the fucking shit out of him. Good. You resisting arrest? You're trying to cause problems?
lady attacked the cops with her tactical slipper.
Oh my god.
Her tactical slipper as the K9 cops were finally deployed.
Oh shit.
Now,
They
what's
got the
interesting is how
build
Kentucky
bridges, not walls. Is the irony not lost on them when they're creating a wall of people? You understand that, right?
You're against building, like, so you're standing on a bridge, you're obstructing a bridge by building a wall, holding a sign to build bridges and not wall. Like, this is the kind of shit that makes me think that we're living inside of a simulation.
These media reported on the arrests versus how the liberal media highlights
Kentucky cops beat protesters. Good.
Kentucky cops, they beat protesters, simply demonstrating.
By the way, my viewpoint is that if you are in the street, I think the cops should be able to drag your fucking ass off the street. You need to get off the street. You're trying to obstruct traffic. I don't care. If someone, I don't think you could make it legal to run people over, but I certainly wouldn't give a fuck.
Care package over there.
Sorry. Just don't do it. Get out of the road. With extreme force? Yeah, I don't care about that at all. It's a safety issue? Absolutely. Florida did? Yeah, exactly. Fucking based. Florida made that legal? Yeah, you can just run them over. And you know what they don't do in Florida, by the way? They don't stand in front of the street.
Against the ICE arrest of a hospital chaplain, with Cincinnati's local outlet sensationalizing it.
This is our country! Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
Wow.
They must not be very good.
That's crazy, right? How is it that how is it that this is what it must feel like to be racist? Because like I'm so validated all the time, over and over and over. This is the only form of racism that I can participate in for now.
Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
The story I'm getting is
Shut
they were
up,
peacefully
bitch.
assembling, having a protest, and somebody came down here in a car and antagonized them, and there was a confrontation between that driver and the protesters.
I'm American, and he just threw me down on the ground. I am 70 years old. This is my country.
This is possibly the
Shut up, Karen. Go back to the nursing home. Get out of the street, bitch.
greatest illustration of culture clash, as plenty of liberal places would simply allow access to block a bridge. But Kentucky is showing them this renaissance of justice, as they're simply bewildered at the idea that they will be forcefully arrested when taking over our infrastructure. As Cincinnati's local outlet covers the story, reporting how 13 were arrested by Kentucky's police for rioting.
They eat 'em up.
Riot in the first degree, unlawful assembly, failure to disperse, obstructing a highway, obstructing emergency responders, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. Bro. See, this is why I'm telling you guys, we need to make sure that we have these prison work programs set up. We've got to get that guy from El Salvador over to America and figure out how he gets all of them to get to work. And we need to do the same thing to them.
Amongst other things.
Throw the book at him?
But
Yeah.
framing it with a car antagonized.
A black SUV was seen driving the wrong way down the bridge as rallies. Okay, police stated that some protesters blocked the bridge while others marched.
Peaceful protesters. Imagine you're just trying to get to work, and the unemployed hordes with nothing to do on a weekday afternoon start pounding on your vehicle while waving some other country's flag that has...
Welcome to California. Yeah, I totally don't give a shit if people run them over. I don't. Sorry.
Absolutely nothing to do with what they're protesting, as these activists are allegedly angry over a Cincinnati children's chaplain being arrested after he recently lost his asylum status in America, as back in 2022, he filed a lawsuit over the feds flagging him after applying for a job in an Oregon prison. But now facing deportation, they claim his life is in danger if sent back to Egypt, which they're already...
Damn, that's too bad. Shouldn't have been here.
Accommodating for this by sending people to third-party countries. As one, I really wonder if he was given the option of the South Sudan or El Salvador, would he suddenly change his mind and prefer to go home? And two, they keep framing him as this children's chaplain wrongfully losing his asylum status. But you really have to search to find out why he lost it. as even
Why did he lose?
puts on his case, stating it's over his time.
I can't aim and I fucking suck.
Classifies as a terrorist.
No way. No way. Wow. Supporting terrorists again. Get them out, bro. They gotta get rid of these people. Oh my god. They gotta get rid of all of them.
He openly admitted his affiliation with on his application.
I think that people don't understand if they actually have like an open recruiting for like ICE to just go and fucking get rid of all these people, they would be like the website would be shut down by the amount of people trying to apply.
I don't know the name.
Now the response is that group has been ubiquitous in many aspects of the country's civic life. Because honestly, I have no idea how that clears his name, other than possibly the most important aspect of this case is being conveniently omitted.
Isn't it weird how all of these people just somehow end up on the side of supporting militant Islamic terrorist groups? How does that keep happening? What are the odds? I feel like they're like 100%. To be fair, the Egyptian government would call a Shia a terrorist organization. It was facing away from the government. Not our problem. Not our problem, not our issue. I do not want to import Middle Eastern problems and Middle Eastern conflicts to America. I don't want to deal with them. And I don't think that the Middle East wants us to import our problems over to the Middle East either.
Post the reporting. As why do all the headlines say
Bing, bing, bing,
children's
bong.
chaplain, but nothing about the possible ties to terror attempting to get a position inside our prison system? Now, I understand their audience. They're framing this as a very loose connection to that organization. And for all we know, this could be true. But it honestly feels like the activist issue isn't with U.S. policy regarding terror, but Egypt's classification of that organization. So why aren't they protesting bridges in Egypt? Or is this yet another example of activists marching on behalf of something they know little to nothing about? But at least
I wonder. I really wonder. What could it possibly be?
Oh, jeez.
Kentucky isn't playing around, as some of the felonies were
Not too far. It's a shame. Amazing when you know what I'm talking about. What am I, what do I
Bing,
not
bing,
know
bing,
about
bong.
with this?
Bing, 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 bong.
Let me get,
I can't move.
just a
Please
second.
help.
Just so that my knowledge is. Here, let me explain what I think. Anybody who has any connection with any of these weird terrorist groups at all, I think should be instantly deported if they're not a United States citizen, with no restrictions at all. If you have a connection with one of these groups, I want you to in the country, period. I don't care what the fine print is. I don't care what the rules are. Change the rules to make that the policy. That we do not need to import these people. These people are problems. And also, maybe not all of them are problems, but enough of them are problems to where it creates an issue for everybody. Yeah, I'm not interested in allowing anybody in here at all. Your worldview of Muslims and Arabs is limited. What about this has to do with Muslims or Arabs? It has nothing. I would say the same thing about people in Africa, or people in South America, or people in Asia. It has nothing to do with Muslims or Arabs. Like, that's not even the point. The point is that this is a person that's coming into the country that could potentially have a problematic past or a problematic involvement. Why would I want them in the country? I don't. What does this have to do? Like, I don't even get this. Boost me up. I'm Egyptian. I know how it is. I don't know what it is at all. You mentioned Islamic terrorism. Okay, so Hezbollah is an Islamic terrorist organization. Hamas is an Islamic terrorist organization.
You got that.
I'm trying to. There's another third.
You got
one
that.
starts with
Win that.
H. Why am I not thinking of it? There's another one as well, right? The Houthis are an Islamic terrorist organization. There are Islamic terrorist organizations. They do exist. Did I say that every terrorist organization is Islamic? No,
Timmy's got him, right?
because that's
He's
not
got
true. Why would anybody
I
say
just
that's
whiffed.
not true? So the entire idea, you're putting words in my mouth, getting mad at me because I'm calling this out as a specific thing. I read what it said. That's what they said it was. I'm not making a judgment on this. They are. So if you're getting mad at me for this, go ahead and get mad at them. Now, ISIS, Taliban, yeah,
Oh my god.
so obnoxious. So obnoxious. Putting words in my mouth, getting mad at me.
Oh my god.
Say. It's so annoying. The context is
Oh my god.
yeah. I've never been like this. And also, by the way, there's a lot of people that are Muslim, as far as I know, in Egypt. The ironic thing about this thing is that, do you know which countries do the best job dealing with Islamic terrorism? The Islamic countries over there. The problem is that over in the United States and in Europe, I think that people view any type of criticism of it as some degree of racism, so they're afraid to look at it. And they even say that. There's even a guy from like UAE that said that himself. Is Muslim country under Sharia? Yeah, it's a black person that agrees. He's being rude. Calling me stupid and saying he was making a patronizing comment that was based off of something that I didn't say or even imply. And you're making, like, there's no, like, again, I have no problem with somebody putting a disagreement in chat, but just saying you're stupid and you don't know what you're talking about, and then explaining yourself and what you're explaining isn't even true. No, that's going to get you a ban. Sorry.
Dropped, but mainly due to guilty pleas on the misdemeanor charges, with 4 still facing felony riot convictions. As their defense attorney is arguing at one point, this was a peaceful assembly, but the Kentucky judge just got frustrated, stating this was a riot, as 5+ people gathered with violent behavior, attacking the police. The simple fact
you just look at the video, it's clearly not a peaceful. If you're standing in the road, it's not peaceful. It's that simple. If you're obstructing people's freedom of movement, it's not peaceful. It's literally that simple.
This case hasn't been thrown out, makes me believe they're about to find out. It really looks like Kentucky's justice system is trying to set the precedence of just because you're angry over something beyond your understanding doesn't mean you get to throw a temper tantrum blocking all public streets. As it's
even if you do understand it, it doesn't mean that you can block streets. That's the issue. What do you think of the idea of self-deporting illegals with clean pass, having a streamlined way back into the country? I don't want to give anybody that was here illegally any sort of a benefit because I think it creates a reward structure around bad behavior. But on a fundamental level, I would much rather have a lot of these hardworking illegals than the annoying, obnoxious Karens standing in the middle of the street. Like, that's my opinion on it. I think that we all agree that many of those illegals like America a lot more than these annoying Karens. But it's a bad precedent, and we can't do that, obviously.
It sounds like a slippery slope, but there's a reason why in Florida, activists politely protest alligator Alcatraz from the safety of the side of the road.
Isn't that crazy? Look how well behaved they are. This is what happens whenever the threat of being run over exists.
Okay.
You can easily make people do this. Yeah, we don't have to live in a chaotic society.
I am completely one shot. I don't think I pushed that.
There's a difference in protesting and civil
Please help.
disobedience. Civil disobedience
Need a
is
gun.
defiance of the law, and idiots defy the law and call it protest. Well, the difference is that, well, here's, like, you know, for example, like Rosa Parks sitting
With the Mozambique being everywhere, man.
This was something that is like, standing in the middle of a highway because you're mad that some person got deported by the federal government. There's not like a direct connection here. Whereas with Rosa Parks or sitting in diners or something else, there is a direct connection with this behavior.
When liberal Los Angeles, California loses access to their freeways whenever the Democrats don't get their way. I've covered this third world phenomenon for years now, as sadly the only time the city sees law and order is when Trump deploys the Marines, or when there was mass looting during the lockdowns and the National Guard had to be installed.
Two's better than one,
Let
man.
me know if you think Kentucky will actually lock up these so-called activists, as some people think a felony conviction is too harsh. but I think it is.
Oh.
I think if you ever get arrested for activism, you should lose all access to public benefits. As a U.S. taxpayer, shouldn't be subsidizing this unemployed.
Brother. Oh, brother.
Get the benefits, but at the same time, like I just don't want to see. Like I think that again, like you like get these people out of society.
Lock a bridge on a Wednesday afternoon. You got time to get a regular job. I heard a lot of them are hiring.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Well, if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic
Can you
status that is today's reality,
please die?
Decoy Voice.
I'm struggle busting right now.
Funny, man. And I'm glad to see. I also think it's really funny that, like in Florida, all of these people don't cause any problems because they know it won't actually fly there at all. And so that's really one of my biggest. That's one of my biggest complaints about this in general.
Who the fuck?
I totally agree with what you're saying, by the way. I absolutely agree with it. And like, I think that like really all you have to do is impose consequences and the degree of actual accountability. And all of
Struggle busting, man. Somebody help.
Yeah, it totally evaporates and it goes away, and you're not going to have this problem ever.
On the 16th of April 2025, scientists reported a high probability that they had found signs of life on another planet. And no, this isn't the start to a sci-fi story. This is real. The planet in question is K2-18b, a planet more than twice the size of ours, located a mere 124 light-years away from Earth. Two chemicals, dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide, were spotted in the atmosphere of K2-18b thanks to spectroscopic readings taken by the powerful James Webb Space Telescope. Why does this matter? On Earth, these chemicals are only produced by living things, generated as waste by bacteria and phytoplankton. There were over 20 times more of these gases on K2-18b than we see even on Earth, and they were identified with a 99.7% confidence. So this result is perhaps the strongest sign yet that we are not alone in the universe. There's a very real chance that K2-18b is teeming with life. Of course, the universe is a vast place, and perhaps there is another explanation for the presence of these chemicals. This does not prove aliens for sure. Still, 124 light years is not really that far away compared to the rest of the cosmos. If life is really there, which is a mind-boggling thought, it really makes you wonder, how implausible is it that alien life from this kind of planet somehow found its way to Earth? Perhaps the odds are not so out there. At least, so say the United States Congress. Because, according to them, we've known about non-human intelligences for a long time. They are already here, and the US military has been covering it up for decades. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro. And in light of the recent UFO day, it's time to take a closer look at the very real battle raging right
I don't know what's happening here.
between the US Pentagon
Oh,
and
don't
Congress
stop it.
over
That's
the
not very
alleged
nice.
existence of alien spacecraft. Congress seems certain that the military is hiding retrieved alien technology, and the Pentagon is not doing a very good job at proving them wrong. But why do I say that? Well, let's
And I've been left.
Those
I've been
that are
left.
long-time viewers of this channel will remember that back in May 2023, we did a video on the US Congress's resurgence in interest in the topic of UFOs. It's a topic that carries a lot of stigma. People who claim to have seen flying saucers
All I had was a sniper, man.
bit delusional.
the whole thing feeling more at home as an urban legend. And yet, in 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a report on unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP, that made the whole thing seem much more mainstream. According to the government report, UAP, a less stigmatized acronym than UFO, but referring to the same sorts of things, were real and were messing with America's Navy pilots. Their frequent appearance in US airspace
You're so lucky I'm dog shit.
areas clearly pose a significant safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to US national security. To be exact, they were getting so close to US jets that pilots sometimes had to swerve to avoid them. In 2022, in an open congressional hearing, high-ranking members of Defense and Naval Intelligence told Congress that this was happening frequently enough that it had become important to find out what
Are there really people over here?
This was no easy task, as UAP came in many different varieties, and so
Oh, that'd be
presumably
so
required
nice.
different explanations. Some were drones that followed Navy ships for hours. Some were orbs photographed outside of cockpit windows, and some
That's pretty neat,
seemingly
though.
exhibited strange flight characteristics that couldn't be accounted for. Incredible top speeds
Are-
that broke the sound barrier, yet created
Are
no
we really
solid
chasing
proof.
me right now?
Being able to accelerate and turn on a dime in a way no fighter jet could hope to match, or hovering motionless
Why are we
in the
doing
face
this?
of high winds with no visible
Why are we doing this to me, bro?
It was these that had Congress
Why are we doing
and the
this to me,
Navy
bro?
worried.
What did I
While
do?
the others could possibly be explained as enemy spying action.
What did I do to you,
weather
bro?
balloons blown off course. Some of these hinted at an intelligent force with a technological advantage over the US, and the Navy had no idea who was operating them or what their intentions were.
You be playing a lot of Loba, huh?
Pentagon to create a new department called Arrow.
Double masters, no fucking.
Anomaly
Wow.
Resolution Office in July
2
2022,
teams just hunting me down. Like,
to use a
why?
data-driven
What did
and
I do?
scientific approach to figuring out what UAP were. Arrow set to work and quickly identified 510 cases of reported
Devos?
UAPs, such as the curious
Who was
and
a Devo?
inexplicable Mosul orb.
Who's being a
which was
goofy little
seen
goober?
flying over
Oh,
a
it's the
war
other
zone in
team.
Iraq. However, Congress became unsatisfied with the answers that Arrow was giving. Arrow's first hearing in April 2023 downplayed the anomalous aspects of UAP, highlighting that they were likely all perfectly explainable with the right data. To many watching on the sidelines,
Shit
this
just
answer
kept
felt
going.
like the continuation of a long history of obfuscation and outright deception that had been going on for years. And their suspicions were seemingly confirmed when David Grush became a whistleblower in 2023, claiming that not only did a part of the military know about UAP, but they had recovered them. David Grush was an intelligence officer who worked in the United States Air Force and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency for 14 years. As far as witnesses go, his character and credentials were impressive. His claim was assessed as credible and urgent by the Inspector General of the Intelligence Committee himself. Grush had little to gain from this. He was signing no book deal, and in his career he risked becoming a pariah. Yet he testified before Congress that, in the course of his duties as an intelligence officer, he had learned of a decades-long UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program being run by members of the US government without congressional oversight. Ironically, for the methodical intelligence officer Grush, this lack of oversight was what he actually had a problem with. Government money being spent without the government's knowledge. Grush claimed that whistleblowers had gone to Arrow claiming the same thing, and that Arrow
Bing, 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 bing,
didn't
bong.
have any knowledge
Bing,
of
bing,
it.
bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing,
Could
ding,
there
dong,
be
ding,
any
ding,
truth to
ding.
this?
Ding, ding, ding,
Unfortunately,
ding.
there's
Ding, ding.
some
Oh.
grounds to be suspicious.
Okay.
The Pentagon has failed every audit of its finances in the 7 years it's
Yep.
been undergoing them,
Yep.
being unable to account for where it
Yep.
spends all its money. So a secret program or two certainly could exist within
Oh,
those
God.
gaps. And
I didn't mean to be here.
Arrow, there has been a long history of U.S. government.
But
UFO
you're in here
programs
too.
hiding facts from the public that made this more plausible. Project Sign, Project
I
Rush,
don't like you.
Project Blue Book,
You're
investigations
bullies.
that date you back to 1947, all came under fire for being more designed to downplay UFOs than to investigate them. And these criticisms even came from the scientists who had run them. For example, one night in 1966, police in Ohio spotted an egg-like object over 10 meters across with a cone of light beneath it, flying 100 meters off the ground and glowing brightly enough to illuminate the surrounding area. The object flew over the policeman, stopped, then continued on its way. The police decided to give chase to the egg, but every time they got closer,
Whoa.
it would dart away.
What became a
Although it
battle
would
arena
arrive
there?
to catch up again, almost like it was waiting for them. In this way, the two policemen chased the object 100 kilometers across 2 states until eventually, just as dawn was arriving, the object shot straight up into the sky. The official report from Project Blue Book? This object was Venus, which had been misidentified by the policeman. An explanation that was hampered when the lead scientist
Mastiff.
of Project Blue Book,
Mozambiques.
a man named J. Allen Hynek, claimed that he hadn't even been
14.
asked his opinion before the department made its announcement. And also,
I got boom,
Venus
boom, boom.
was in the wrong part of the sky for this to make any sense at all. On the horizon rather than overhead. And it was seen at the same time as the object. Some critics labeled Blue
I
Book
can't
as
move.
the Society for Explaining the Uninvestigated, due to some of the outrageous explanations they asserted for some of what they saw. Feeding into this suspicion of a cover-up were the very real events that took place across 2023 and 2024. You may have heard of the Chinese spy balloon that flew across the US in February 2023 before finally being shot down over the ocean. There are plenty of excellent images of this
I can't move.
16-meter tall balloon.
I can't move. Great portal.
Was collected from it after just a day. What is harder to find images for are the 3 other objects that were spotted on military radars soon after, which were also shot down. But while the military was quick to provide excellent images of the first balloon, or a Russian jet clipping a US drone just a month later, no images were released of these other 3 by the American government. And despite an intensive hunt, all 3 were never recovered. Canada did release a very grainy image of one of the objects, and a story soon circulated that
This is why
one
my
of these
lips bleeding, bro.
car-sized floating objects was likely a hobbyist balloon, but the lack of detail surrounding it and the others left many feeling gaslit. Everything is fine. These are explicitly not aliens, but we don't know who they
I
belong
can't
to.
move. I can't
Similar
move.
thing happened in 2023, 2024 when drones started appearing over military bases such as Langley or American bases in the UK where the US were storing nukes or advanced jets. Although these were most often reported in the media as happening in New Jersey, they actually
Bing, bing,
occurred
bing, bong.
the world over. Here's one that was sighted near Australia in March 2025. It shares a passing resemblance to the one that was seen over New Jersey. While many assumed that this was the work of foreign adversaries such as Russia or China, the government at the time said it was actually authorized by the FAA. But it certainly doesn't seem that way. After all, if the FAA were the ones authorizing the drones flying over sensitive air bases, why did the FAA go as far as to temporarily restrict drone flights as a way of combating them? Why fight yourself? And why weren't the military told?
Blow up.
Why were the drones impossible to catch or detect on radar, even in the face of the US military's desire to do so. And why were they shining lights as they flew? Almost like they wanted to be seen. Drones the size of SUVs, appearing the world over and evading capture while investigating
many
sensitive
energy,
military
man.
sites. Certainly sounds like this
Wow.
is not just the work of hobbyists. Were they technologies belonging to another country? Perhaps. But the secrecy has
on the
apparently been
Marvel.
enough that Congress is getting fed up with all of the stonewalling. Soon after Grush's testimony, Congress passed a law ordering the Pentagon to hand over all of their files pertaining to UAP, especially anything to do with non-human intelligence or recovered craft. The fact that a bill contains the phrase non-human intelligence passed into law is astounding. The fact that there were efforts to block it is concerning. After all, why try to avoid handing over something unless you actually have it? The Pentagon is now in the process of handing over files, though the full report has not yet been released, and the Pentagon so far denies having any hidden UAP programs. Of course, if you're a secretive government UAP crash retrieval program, you'll likely appreciate a little privacy. But good news, whether you're protecting UAP videos on your computer, or
You don't like
you're
mine?
safe as you scour the web for signs the public is onto you, NordVPN, the world's fastest VPN, helps keep your online presence secure from prying eyes like companies and governments, thanks to its robust encryption. Who wants all that oversight? Its Threat Protection Pro is independently recognized for being one of the most effective VPNs at detecting scams and hidden malware, having blocked over 300 million scams globally in just the last 3 months alone. Keep those hackers out of your databases. And as a VPN, NordVPN allows you to access content that's region locked, helping you catch up with all your favorite shows. Even the Men in Black need a little downtime. Try NordVPN today by scanning my QR code or following the link in the description below, where you'll get 4 months extra on your subscription. And it's risk-free thanks to their 30-day money-back guarantee.
Lord
Seriously,
save.
if you are watching, tell us where the UFOs
Thank
are.
God.
In the most recent UAP hearing in 2024, members of Congress claimed that they were facing opposition to having these hearings, and the Pentagon was refusing to hand over data such as satellite footage. And yet,
May I go the other way, please?
high-ranking, current, or retired military officers are coming
Bruh.
out and repeating this same
I'll
story.
kill myself.
Admirals, NASA,
Watch this right in front of him. Or
again and again,
holy.
it's coming forward that members of the government are hiding something. The recent congressional hearing even put a name to this secret program, Immaculate Constellation, and claimed that military servicemen actually have been hurt from
Is it really?
interaction with UAPs. And that was one of the milder claims. In the Immaculate Constellation report, there are accounts of F-22 jets being boxed in by a flight of 3 to 6 orb UAPs, which perfectly remained in formation with the helpless jet before
Really?
ultimately driving it from the mission area. Another describes a softly glowing orange orb that approached a US vessel, causing those who watched it to experience altered perceptions of time. When it left, the crew snapped out of a trance before feeling a sweeping wave of profound unease. One last account describes a 200 to 400 meter wide saucer UAP that was seen on infrared satellite footage skimming
Are we gonna
above
camp this?
thick cloud cover. Apparently noticing it was detected, this football field-sized behemoth then dipped below the clouds again, vanishing from sight. Sadly, other than the report itself, there was no proof given that any of this was actually true. No footage, no testimony. But
Oh, I thought you
just as the
fell.
script for this video was being finalized, ufologist Jeremy Cobell released a purported Air Force UAP video taken
Where'd the
by
bird
an
come
infrared
from?
satellite, and it bears a passing resemblance to one of the Immaculate Constellation accounts. Take a look at this. Here, the object is moving down from the top of the screen
Okay, we're
before
bowling.
veering to the right. From the size of the clouds, it is clearly a massive sphere or disk. but its 90-degree change in direction suggests it's no balloon.
Yeah, like no range.
If Corbell is correct, and this footage is real, it lines up perfectly with the immaculate constellation claim of the Behemoth UAP. I also did find at least one instance of a podcast made in collaboration with NASA where the subject was UAP. Ecosystemic Futures positions itself as a conversation with the experts at the cutting edge of technology in the quest for innovation. The whole podcast episode 69, if you're curious, was an interesting dive into possible emerging tech. But without going into everything that was discussed, one of the guests, Richard Bandurek, a former electrical engineer and mathematician, and now CEO of Field Propulsion Technologies, very casually claimed to have been part of a public sector UAP reverse engineering company. He described smart materials that he had been tasked to investigate that turned to dust if you interacted with them. If alien craft exist, they apparently don't want their technology reverse engineered, it seems. And he calmly detailed his attempts to study triangular UAP that could turn invisible at will. His claims in this podcast were taken as completely reasonable. And while it's easy to make claims like this, the setting the claims were being made in was the surprising part. I hadn't expected NASA to collaborate on a podcast that had guests making claims of this nature, as it implied a subtle, tacit approval for what was being said. Sadly, Congress has not published its own proof of its immaculate constellation claim, and here we reach the end of what can be found in the public congressional record. So, let's take a moment
Just give me panties. I do not have
complaints. And in a rare case of bipartisan feeling, members of Congress are uniting in the apparent belief that their own military is hiding something from them. Of course, they are privy to things we cannot see. So whether you believe them or not comes down to how much faith you put in their interpretation of those classified documents and videos and their own agendas. But it is certainly true that there are objects in our skies that we cannot explain. Although not necessarily aliens, there are unusual craft in our skies. And if the government knows what they are certainly not telling us. Whistleblowers have made claims that some of
Your mouse is on me.
Human. Of course, witness testimony is the worst kind of evidence. People can misremember things or interpret what they saw according to their own biases, if they're not outright lying. But another proof is lacking.
I don't like
There
this.
are military videos that have been released that show something. None of these are the high levels of fidelity that we know the military is capable of, which is a little frustrating. But for certain, we have no UFO lands next to the White House and alien shakes hands with the president video that settles the question forever. We have the testimony of credible witnesses such as David Grush, but he's only claims that he was told
I'll probably be
UFOs
dead.
exist. He never claimed to directly see one. We have evidence of the Pentagon stonewalling and obfuscation. Some of that is to no doubt protect sensitive military assets, either secret new technologies such as US stealth bombers, or sensitive devices that did the data collecting that the Pentagon doesn't want everyone to know that they possess. While this explanation is good reason to keep it from the public, it's not a good reason
that
to
motherfucker hurt.
who are the ones paying for it all, and Congress are the ones being stonewalled. As a side note, while not everyone in Congress is informed about every secret program, a few select congressmen are. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. That's how it's supposed to work. These congressmen being read in so that they can oversee what the Pentagon is doing, maintaining a level of secrecy.
Why would you push a massive like
If this
that?
was all just secret Pentagon technology, all that would be needed is a quiet word in those ears, and those committees could tell the rest of Congress that this was one of ours. Please don't draw attention to it. all this public attention?
Oh, I can't craft. I should have just crafted.
So the explanation that this is secret US tech that the Pentagon isn't telling Congress about doesn't make sense to me. I could buy the idea that the Pentagon does not want to publicly acknowledge they don't know what this is, or that another country has a technological advantage over the US for fear of inciting panic. But that is straying into speculation. When the facts are reviewed together, it certainly feels like something is going on. To sum it up in the words of the then Senator Marco Rubio, either what the whistleblowers are saying is partially true or entirely true, he said, or we have some really smart, educated people with high clearances and very important positions in our government who are crazy and are leading us on a goose chase. There is not a clear reason why many of these whistleblowers who are actively serving in distinguished careers would want to jeopardize their reputations. While some UFO enthusiasts have made money off discussing the topic, people like David Grush had no book they were trying to sell. Perhaps what would be helpful to hear is evidence from someone who actually was part of the secret government crash retrieval program itself. A whistleblower with footage of what they saw from much closer up. As it happens, we have an example of that. Although, I will warn you,
they're down here somewhere.
Substantiated
Seen a portal.
and an example of where ufology can get seriously weird. Let's talk about Jake Barber. A lot of the big names in UAP circles started making a big fuss back in January 2025 about a big revelation
So we can look
that
at these
was about
guys.
to take place. A whistleblower was coming forward with unprecedented levels of information by the name of Jake Barber.
They walk down.
Like Rush, Barber claimed to have worked on classified projects for the government.
Oh.
But unlike Rush, Barber claimed to have been a pilot working within one of those programs. And although he claimed that there was a danger to his life, he felt that the footage and information he held needed to come forward. Congress has not officially vetted Barber, nor do we have proof that he was working on this program at all. Of course, such is the nature of clandestine programs.
What?
They are, by nature,
What the fuck?
difficult to fact check. We should likely take what he says with a grain of salt. However, what he claims is certainly interesting. Barber claimed that he was a pilot who would sometimes transport highly sensitive objects from one location to another. On one such mission, he flew his helicopter to an unspecified patch of desert, only to find a large egg-shaped object there. While approaching this egg to transport it, Barber felt an overwhelming emotion come over him. He felt sadness, happiness, and the feeling that something had connected with him on almost a spiritual level. It was guiding him, and the whole experience was so overwhelming that he began to cry. He pulled himself together and continued the mission. Later, he claims that other personnel confirmed to him that what he encountered was a UAP. Apparently, the military transported these egg-shaped UAP often, and this footage came from one of those other missions. And Barber himself claims to have not just encountered UAP once. In a later mission, Barber claimed that exposure to a UAP, or possible reverse engineering technology from a UAP, led a doctor to conclude he was suffering from the hallmarks of radiation poisoning. The doctor in question was Gary Nolan, another ufologist, but one who is a professor in Stanford with an extensive background in immunology and cancer research. Later, Barber left the military and together with other business partners founded the company Skywatcher. Rather than force the military to divulge what it knows in its clandestine programs, Barber is now trying to replicate the results in the private sector. But the method he is using is surprising. He and his team are not just using cameras or radar, but are attempting to connect to UAP psionically. using their minds to reach out to UAP in the same way Barber claims that the first UAP connected with him. According to Barber, there are many people capable of doing this, and for whatever reason, whatever the true nature of UAP, many of them seem to want to be connected to in this way. And if you do it right, they are willing to come out to play. Through a mixture of on-site psychics and the use of an electric signaling device they refer to as a dog whistle, Barber's team claims that they can successfully call UAP to their location with a near 100% success rate, an extraordinarily high number, making this an extraordinarily bold claim. There is footage. It is grainy, and when I look at them, at least a couple seem likely to be birds or balloons. But this tactic of psionics and dog whistles is the method that Barber claims the US government is using, and is the way that the first UAP egg was called down to land in the first place. I've often heard the argument that if UAP are so advanced, why do they keep crashing on Earth? This, allegedly, is the answer. What evidence do we have that this is true? Well, it is a documented fact that the CIA did run a psionics program running from 1975 to 1995 called Project Stargate. CIA agents recruited those who were psychically gifted and attempted to use them to remotely view targets of interest amid fears that the Russians were doing the same. While this might sound extremely out there, consider that, unlike the UFO projects Sign or Grudge, which only ran for a few years, Stargate went on for 20 years. That implies they felt they were onto something. They also did claim some successes. Former President Jimmy Carter spoke of an incident where a crashed plane went down in Central Africa. American satellites couldn't locate it, but apparently a remote viewer was able to do so. After going into a trance, the woman wrote down some coordinates, and there the plane was. Whatever you think of the truth behind psychics and remote viewing, the idea that the American government also attempted to reach out to UAP using psionics is actually pretty believable. What's a lot harder to swallow is the idea that UAP responded. Still, a good scientist does not dismiss something simply because it seems outside our comfortable worldview. So, in an effort to be scientifically rigorous, I decided to test the hypothesis for myself. Together with my brother John, who helped write the script for this video, we set out to call down a UAP using this method. We traveled down to the coastline of South Wales, as some reports associate UAP with large bodies of water, and we hoped that there wouldn't be too many people around. The weather was cloudy, but there were large patches of blue sky as the day progressed. The method we were using was something known as CE5. Apparently Barber is not the only person out there claiming UAP can be contacted psionically, but there are many who say the same, and there is a whole published methodology explaining how to do it. There's some variation in the execution, but the idea is simple. Meditate, clear your mind, then in a spirit of goodwill, ask mentally for UAP to come to you. We went during the day, as we hoped to catch better images than just a little light in the sky. To that end, I brought along my Sony A1 camera with a 600mm lens. John was going to be our psychic for this attempt. He had never done something like this before, but was willing to give it a try, and I would capture an encounter, if anything happened, on film. We set up our camp. John got to meditating, and we began to wait. We didn't talk much. We kept our eyes on the sky and the horizon. Apparently, it's all about the headspace you're in, and although I did find myself a little skeptical that anything would actually happen, I did try my best to keep an open mind. And after a few hours of waiting, we found nothing. No spheres or triangles in the sky. No outrageously fast spacecraft. Not even any balloons. Although I did capture a few nice images of some birds, which is the real reason I bought that camera in the first place. I'll admit, we were both a little disappointed, and I went down to the beach to look for rocks of interest. John stayed out another half an hour longer, but eventually even he faced the reality of the experiment's failure. It would have been cool to see an alien spacecraft, but sadly, this does not actually prove Barbara wrong. It, of course, might just prove that we are not very proficient at the process, or maybe we lack the knack for it, or maybe there was simply no UAP to call. The one thing that did happen that was a little odd was that John woke the next day to find he had been surprisingly sunburned. He also had a headache and a resurgence in an eye infection. While this could have been the signs of radiation spewing UAP hovering somewhere just out of sight, I lean towards a good old-fashioned sunstroke. It was a cloudy day, but John does burn easily. But I have the same skin as him, and for the record, I was fine. So where do we land with all of this? When it comes down to it, many of the claims surrounding UAP seem to boil down to a question of belief. A majority of Congress believes Grush, who in turn believes his sources. Barber believes that you can psychically connect to UAP. Arrow believes that what lies in the unknown is innocuous. Every example of an inexplicably fast UAP is actually a sensor error or just an optical illusion at work. But that's just it. This is anomalous. It exists at the edge of our senses, in the files of secret government agencies we suspect exist. Could it be true? Absolutely. But could it all genuinely prove to be nothing more than an unexpected balloon, or a hoax, or some emergent technology that one branch of the American government isn't telling another about? Also, absolutely. Until we shine more light on it all, it's really hard to know the truth either way. All you have is probabilities. At the beginning of this video, I told you that we probably have found signs of life on another planet. This too is an unknown. I find the idea of life being out there somewhere exciting and fascinating. The idea that some of that life has found its way here, it could revolutionize everything. But it's important to exercise caution and to not let what we want to see cloud our view of what we can say with certainty. The governments of the world are absolutely hiding something. That really shouldn't be a surprise. And there may indeed be a there. But until the mysteries are all finally solved, whether you think the answer to it all is alien craft, or beings from another dimension, or angels and demons, or just ordinary men keeping ordinary secrets, keep an open mind. One day, the answer will be revealed. No secret organization can keep the truth suppressed forever, and things exist out there that can always surprise us. Thanks for watching. Making this video required some long-term planning and work, which we were only able to do thanks to the consistency and sustainability of your memberships as astronauts on Patreon. A huge thank you to everyone who has signed up, and if you'd like us to make more videos like this, you can join with the link down below. When you join, you'll be able to watch the whole video ad-free, see your name in the credits, and submit questions to our team. Meanwhile, click the link to this playlist for more Astrum content. See you next time.
Shot to the right of me. Brute. Easy. He has a shotgun. What do they have here on it, bro? I'm fucking confused. What's the lag? Somebody else can hit him, man.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. I should be singing lullabies. Step aside.
I'm
But effective.
out of sight.
A little help, please. A nest of spider bombs.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Fuck is it?
You paid for your transgressions. That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Smoke up.
They're sneaking from behind.
Oh. Oh.
Strong together.
Your powers are mine! Out of sight. Maximum pulse!
So close! This is your big chance!
Stay away from Earth. Maximum pulse! Smoke screen. Some kind of spider nest here.
Ah. I figured it was 10 feet, 10 years away from me. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't stop now. Null ain't coming back on my watch.
Makes so much sense.
A little help, please.
I'm good to go. Judge, jury, executioner!
Double KO! That's 3!
Out of sight.
I like the cold. I won't turn down extra protection. Double KO!
Back for another tour.
Time to stop Null before he extinguishes our light.
Alright. I'm allowed to grab these, aren't I?
It's spider time!
Look at it. Oh.
I am ready to put on a show. Now I see them.
Whoa.
Watch me soar.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Double kill. That's 3. Guess it's time for us to head underground.
Out of sight.
They're sneaking from behind. Another epic victory. Big win.
Fuck am I clicking? Okay.
In 1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history.
Oh.
For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges. one that was neither toxic
God
nor flammable.
damn.
Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas?
You're a fucking support character.
Well, what the chemist
Wow.
reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now those 2 carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the 2 atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the US Army on the Manhattan Project.
I don't
so they
care,
were
B.
mining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference.
Holy title, King
You just have
or
to have it.
Debra.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched
Cam.
uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas. Uranium
The fuck is this?
It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge
Why?
had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine.
How much damage does that do?
gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes and put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, right? Like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Oh, great lag.
Okay, it's a good name. Under the
I love
Army's
the lag.
DuPont ramped up
I'm a
Teflon
fucking
production
ballad.
at this plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole
Why is
supply
it
to the government.
82 ping?
But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance, and high thermal stability offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solid, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then, a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers.
You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating.
This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah. That's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray a coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates, the C8, it also evaporates, but Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product.
One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon,
Teflon. And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon. Hey, neat. Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Slipaway contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly, we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotchgard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Gore-Tex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the
Teflon
charges
Don.
against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinarian, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. He started watching these videotapes, and, you know, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Slobber's running clear to the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of the pipe on this landfill next door, with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. Do you see what's coming out of it?
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away.
Oh.
That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont Company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the townfolk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe.
Bing bong bing bing. Bing 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 bing. Oh. Bing bong.
It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water.
Rob filed a legal request for all of the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the US market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8
We'll watch one more video. At this point, we've talked about this so many times, and hey, guys, I know some people might be getting annoyed, but you've got to admit that it sure seems like it's been working, because they just keep talking and revealing more and more and more about it.
Apparently there is an Epstein list, and Trump is going to give it to us.
You should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard. The former
That's a lot.
president of Harvard.
But the president now sitting in office with the power.
I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein.
Now this is yet another...
I'll give you a list. Why don't you give the list to the FBI and have them focus on it? I'm just saying. Maybe that's a better idea. That's just me, though, right?
Change of the story. First, we heard that the Epstein list was covered up by the Dems. Then we heard there is no list. Then we heard the list was made up by Democrats. Now we're hearing that there is a list.
You say that the FBI... To be fair, it's very clear that Trump referring to the list of people that he has, this is not the Epstein list in the form that it's going to be discussed in this clip. Yeah, obviously, like, it's dishonest to frame it that way. But at the same time, if you have a... Like, you know, if you have a crime and you think that somebody could be implicated, wouldn't you want to go down and check people off the boxes to make sure that they're not bad boys? That's what I would do.
Has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it.
We need to release the Epstein list.
It's sitting on my desk right now.
The DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list.
No incriminating client list.
Made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. Focus on Clinton, the president of Harvard. I'll give you a list.
This all comes after shocking revelations about new implications of our most powerful leaders, both former and current presidents. Good. But now, given the fact this story won't go away, Trump is zeroing in on his political enemies and saying they're the ones everyone should be focusing on.
They should focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, you know, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about. And they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Now, the reason we haven't been speaking about these people is because, of course, the DOJ covered everything up, not giving any names. And, of course, people were extremely suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, we need a few sacrifices. I've said this before. I'll say it again. We need to have a few people get fucking pulled up.
Of this sudden change.
What is
but
this?
We want to talk about everyone. Let's be clear. No matter who they are, left or right, we want them all to go down.
That's what I see. That's what I don't understand, is that people turn this into like a like this is a partisan issue. I don't think this is a partisan issue. I think this is the people versus the elites. It's not Republicans versus Democrats. I think that anybody who's convinced that there's one side that's doing all of the bad stuff and the other side isn't doing any of the bad stuff, you're lost in the fucking sauce, man. You are. Obviously, both sides are engaging in this.
They were on the island. If they are in the files, we want it all to come out. That's been everyone's stance from the beginning. And it seems like Trump is finally buckling on the idea that he can just ignore the problem, that he can just pretend it doesn't exist. And now it looks like he's shifting to deflecting to some of the other people who are also seemingly implicated.
Hedge fund guys, they're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Now, if true, that's a shocking amount of times. We don't know if Trump has special briefings that we don't have access to right now.
Well, I mean, he obviously does, but like it doesn't matter because, like, again, the way he's handled it has burned the trust of the people. So before the Epstein thing, I think that people had the trust that Trump would make the right decision. It's like when Trump bombed Iran, that was like a massive play, and people's trust that he had built up by, you know, getting rid of DEI and getting rid of, you know, different people in government that, you know, Republicans didn't like, and shutting down the border. Like, he delivered on a lot of these other things. And so when he bombed Iran, everybody had his back. I think this definitely is a massive withdrawal of that goodwill.
Clinton denied going to the island. There are some people
It's actually not going to let up support for the Iranian attack. It has nothing to do with my opinion. I'm talking about public polling numbers. Yeah, I supported bombing them too, but it doesn't matter what I think. I'm talking about the public at large.
Said, oh, maybe he went once or twice, but 28 times. I've never heard that number before. If true, I hope that comes out. I hope we get verification of that. Of course, it wasn't just on the island where these bad things happen.
Oh, what a
And the other surprising twist in this, where the narrative is sort of changing, is that Trump is softening his stance on this letter that he supposedly wrote. Initially, he said, it doesn't exist. I never could have written it. Now he's saying, oh, it could exist, but if it does, someone else wrote it.
I don't know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier.
So, seemingly they're laying the...
I don't think that that is softening language. I think that him saying that it doesn't exist and he didn't do it are effectively the same thing. Like, I do. I think that they're basically the same thing. Because they're saying both of them are completely 100%, I did not do this. I had nothing to do with this, period. That's not softening. I don't think it is.
Groundwork for this birthday book to finally be released to the public, as we've all wanted. Trump is saying, look, maybe it does have my name on it, but I didn't personally write the note. Now, whether you believe that is totally up to you, but this is such a shocking change in stance from how they've been treating the Epstein files. Previously, we were literally told, look, there's nothing we can charge third parties with. There's no evidence we have on anyone. Now, the Trump administration is meeting privately with Ghislaine Maxwell. Supposedly, there's 100 new people she has mentioned, and Trump is mentioning evidence that he says they have, or some knowledge he says he has, of Clinton being on Jeffrey Epstein's island 28 times.
That's a
lot. If true, is like so incredibly damning. And these people...
It's damning, but it's not condemning. Like, it's not for sure. Like, I wouldn't say based off of that, like, Bill Clinton is 100% like a weird pedo rapist. I don't think any logical person could not make that conclusion. But I sure think that you definitely need to look into it. It's not proof, but it sure is a fuckload of evidence, isn't it?
People should be locked up. The problem is, of course, it cuts both ways.
Is
If
it
you're going to implicate one
evidence
person,
proof?
you have to go after everyone.
Yeah.
Now, Trump was asked if he was ever briefed on his name being in the Epstein files. Of course, it was reported by the Wall Street Journal that he was told, and that's when he started.
How many points on a graph do you need? I think that you need at least 29. You need at least 29 points on a graph. 28 is just like, I don't know. I mean, it could go either way, right? But 29, oh, yeah, for sure.
Being very weird about the Epstein files, saying it was all a hoax. Yeah. He once again denies it, though, saying he wasn't.
And again, by the way, I think it's cause for investigation. And I like, all I'm saying is that I wouldn't, like, I'm not assuming he's guilty. If you want my opinion, I think he's guilty. But I wouldn't want the government to function that way, right? That's I think that he is, but you still have to figure that out.
No, I was never briefed. No.
Now, we have really good reporting on the fact that this seems like a blatant lie. The White House barely even denied it, and the DOJ didn't deny it, so this seems to be just a blatant cover-up as Trump appears to be deflecting onto other people, which, again, we should focus on those people as well, but we can do both at the same time. We should be talking about all of these people. Now, in light of recent talks about Ghislaine Maxwell getting pardoned, stuff like that, Trump is...
In my opinion, I think they 100% should pardon her if she can give out names and evidence. It's just a trolley problem to me. If she can condemn and implicate 5 really powerful people, it's absolutely worth giving her her freedom in order to do that, because it's a greater good. It's the easiest decision that you could ever make. Yeah, I mean, it's easy cost benefit. Yeah, like that is the logical thing to do. I understand people might not like it. Doesn't sound good. Doesn't matter. It is good. There's a lot of things that don't sound good, but they are good. What if she's pardoned to lie? Well, of course they wouldn't pardon her until they confirmed it. It's not like she'd just give out the names and they'd let her go. They would have to figure out whether it was true or not, and upon finding out that it was true, then they would pardon her. That's what I would obviously be okay with. Disagree completely. Well, and I want to pull up one person, just real quick. Why do you disagree with her? Why do you think that she shouldn't be pardoned? Because she did those things knowing what she's doing? Would you rather...
That people had died.
Would you rather... Let's say you have a gun. Would you rather shoot one bad person, or would you rather shoot 5 bad people? Just because she knows something that politicians don't want to show the American people, one bad person gets pardoned, think about it? No. Just, how is it a morally good decision? She's implicated in all of this? I don't even think that you're...
Wow. Raven just on that corner.
Now said it's not the time to talk about pardons yet, although once again he doesn't rule it out. And then he says that if you're going to talk about Maxwell, if you're going to talk about Epstein, talk about Clinton, don't talk about Trump.
A lot of people are asking me about pardons, obviously.
Who is he?
Talking about pardons. But a lot of people have asked about pardons. This is just not a time to be talking about pardons. Todd will come back with whatever he's got.
Somebody says I'm getting gaslighted by these Andes. I'm not getting gaslighted. It seems like a lot of these people do not, they can't gaslight. That's not what's happening.
You're making a very big thing over something that's not a big thing. You should be talking about, if you're going to talk about that, talk about Clinton, talk about the former president of Harvard, talk about all of his friends, talk about the hedge fund guys that were with him all the time. Don't talk about Trump. Trump.
Well, how about we talk about all of you guys?
There,
While Trump tries to separate himself and say, oh, you can't talk about me, you got to talk about all these other guys, it just seems like we should be talking about everyone.
And also, by the way, I think it's fair to talk
Oh, I blew
about
myself
Trump
up.
because he's the active president of the United States. And the active president of the United States being potentially incriminated in one of the worst things possible could put his position at risk, and it could compromise his integrity and his ability to make decisions through blackmail. That's the reason why it is much more important and much more prescient that Donald Trump is discussed than Bill Clinton. Like, obviously, they should both be discussed, but one of them is an immediate, direct, instantaneous problem that could have consequences. Bill Clinton isn't doing anything. He's probably in a nursing home at some point, right? Like, he's done. Don't you think he's already been blackmailed? I don't know if he is or not. But what I'm saying is that I don't think it's fair to say that all of these people are equal. Prince Andrew doesn't have the same type of social capital and power that the president of the United States does, and neither do any of these random retards that run hedge funds. Like, yeah, obviously they're really powerful, but compared to the president, they're not.
In the Epstein files, and now as the White House softens its approach on the complete denial and shutting up of the Epstein files, now the goal is just to distance the president from any liability, which is why Ghislaine Maxwell's private meeting with him is so concerning. Today, the president was also asked about whether he was part of the decision for the House Republicans not to release the Epstein files. He says this is just conspiracy theory.
Did you ask House Republican leaders to not vote on the resolution about...
I was never involved in that. I'm focused on making deals. I'm not focused on conspiracy theories that you are.
Once again, this is kind of a funny idea, being that this administration and the surrogates are part of the people who pushed this whole thing from the very beginning.
These people wanting to play defense for Trump, and all the people, the 100,000 documents and thousands of hours of videos are really going to go down with those people? I don't understand why you can't just be against the behavior in general and want to see justice be enacted regardless of who's implicated or not. Like, this is like one of the worst things that a person can do. And I think that, you know, you owe it to the people that are the victims to try to act in their best interest to help them. Like, that's what I think.
To call it a conspiracy theory now, to be making fun of people who are asking basic questions about that is just bizarre and strange again. But I do think it's worth noting this radical shift in the approach of talking about the Epstein files. Remember, it was that the cover-up, it was the list doesn't exist. Now they're saying the list does exist and they will produce.
I don't think Coffee is accurate about this. I think Trump saying that he has a list of people that Epstein associated with is very different.
I don't know why I'm so
than
ass
saying
PK
a
right now.
client list of people that Epstein
I have been
trafficked
for a minute.
I think these are two different things, and they're two separate lists. I understand that, like, everybody wants to have answers, but I do think that I think we're making a jump here, and I think that the jump is it's unsubstantiated. That's all. Just unsubstantiated. I mean, and
Okay.
could be right, but I
Yeah.
don't think that based off of his language, you can draw that conclusion.
So,
That looked organic.
That
looked real.
It's anyone's guess. I hope they produce all of them. I'm doubtful. I think there will be some omissions, but it's a credit to all the people who won't stop talking about this that at least there is a change in the approach, and it looks like they're going to have to release some of the files.
We need at least some human sacrifices, okay? At least like 5. Like, I think 5 minimum. Like, really? I mean, are we not even going to get 5 sacrifices? What a fucking scam. What a fucking scam. It's not fair. Yes, blood for the blood god. Exactly. I'm so mad. And so that's what I think, man. Now I'm questioning his crypto videos. No. Coffee feels very strongly about this. I support him and I agree with him. I understand that there's a lot of people out there that are saying that, and I'll link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like. I love CoffeeZilla. This is his second channel, so a lot of you guys might not be subscribed to it. Make sure you are. Voidzilla. And so, yeah, I mean, again, stop saying that you're going to get banned. No, I'm only talking about people that I don't like, which is okay. He ran on this. There has to be sacrifices. There have to be. Yes. There have to be. Who is he blackmailing? I'm baffled that so many innocent people in law enforcement can just sit on this information. How does it not weigh on their conscience? I don't know what's happening. And I think that the more people that are implicated, the less I believe a conspiracy. Because I think that, again, like, how many times do you guys know that there's some sort of, rumor going around, and before you know it, everybody knows about it. So I don't necessarily really believe that entirely.
Oh. Aqui é mu.
When was the last time when we hopped onto 2B2T, bro? This was 3 months ago already. 2 to 3 months ago. When we joined the last time, a lot of things happened that almost maybe even got us banned on Twitch. Yeah? Potential slurs, set potential maps featuring art that will get us banned. These streams come at a risk, but we take the risk. Again, let me call Mr. Fit MC. Well.
Yo, what's happening?
What is good, Mr. Fit? How do I call you, bro?
So you wanted to record
why me?
You know that, right?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I had a blast the last time. I enjoyed it
The
so
shots.
much. So much. So, I made some off-stream, and I have some stuff now. I have an elite car. People gave me some kits. Super thankful for these guys. So I can travel. Are you around spawn?
Yeah, I've got an alt account near spawn. It's not like super geared, but I should be able to meet you, no problem.
Oh my god. Bet, I have a question. Are you still active on 2B2T? Of course, we all know the videos. Do you still hop on here and there?
Once in a while, but on alt accounts. I'm never on like identifiable accounts. I mean, like these days, I take kind of a back seat and I tell other people's stories. So like my main active days are behind me, I guess you could say. But we're doing really cool things still. So it's very fun.
Gosh.
And your main account is your main account fine, or is it like eternally spawn trap or something?
Oh no, it's in a top secret location, so yeah, no one knows where it is. At least I hope.
Oh my god. Okay, I will log in. I will see if I'm fine. All right.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Positioning Q600. Oh hell no! Wait. I mean, oh god damn.
That's what I wanted to do. I don't even have him just behind me.
I'm hopping on.
Look at it, dude. Motherfucking dude just behind me.
Boom. We still have our gear. And nobody to be seen. Fit, we are good. Let me quickly put the chat baby down. Not saying hello. That's great, bro. Imperials are
Definitely didn't miss half that.
I'm loaded, Fit. Alright. If you need some loot, Fit, I got you. Right now, Fit, the chat is really nice. I haven't seen a single bad word. I'm telling you, 2B2T, people give them too much smack sometimes. Those guys, most of them are nice. No?
Oh, there you kicked the hornet's nest. I already confused.
Alright, I'll put the chat a little bit smaller. Alright. Do I check my calls? Probably.
Yeah, I would like hide your Minecraft gameplay, like check your chords, and then send them to me on Discord, and then I'll come over your way.
I hope I'm not too far away. How fast do you travel? How many blocks per second?
Well, I'm just using some vanilla elytra.
I did play some options. Maybe a little far away.
He's hitting.
I'll tell you the
What is wrong with like the perspective?
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, that's not too far. That's not too far.
Really? How long you think?
Yeah, probably like 10 minutes I can be there.
Damn, that took so long to get here. The hell? Alright, I'll check my adaptation. What do I say? Look. Some people were so nice when I joined the server off stream. Look at this, bro. We have a shulker with a kit, elutras, everything inside, some arrows of farming, another shulker full of rockets. I can't wait to see yourself. I swear.
Oh no, this account is dog shit. I've got nothing to show off.
Okay. Would you dare logging onto your main?
Oh no, it's one of those things where like I haven't logged into it in so long. I think it's been 4 years.
Shut up. You haven't logged in once.
On my main in like 4 years. Yeah, it's been a while.
And do people, you think they like, is it gonna be spawn trapped?
It's gonna be like all the sleeper cells will activate like MK Ultra style. People will have bloodlust. They will try to find me as quickly as possible to murder me. So, you know, I want you to have a nice stream today. That's why I'm on an alt.
God. Dude, you have to make a video logging in on your alt like after 5 years, bro. That sounds like a bang.
Oh yeah, that would be fun.
Jesus. So when I was on Fit, people asked me to sign books. Have you signed a lot of books?
Yeah.
I've even seen a Fit MC signed book, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Haxor who owned it or his friend.
Oh, that makes sense.
How many did you sign?
I can't even remember. I've signed a bunch, but like, yeah, like what's funny though is people will get those autographs and then they'll try to sell them for real world money. So I guarantee you, one of the autographs you signed today, someone's gonna try to sell it.
No. Yeah, I remember my friend was saying, Haxor, he said like somebody offered, what was it, like $500 or something for like a book, which of course, like I think it was troll. There's probably a lot of scammers as well on 2B2T, right? Where it's like,
oh, tons. Yeah. It's bad.
Damn. Fit, there is a guy who said he has the biggest map art collection on 2B2T. I am a little bit scared to check that out, though. Let's go find them all.
Oh, yeah, because if it really is the largest, then there's going to be some bad stuff in there. But yeah, if you have that plugin, though, I mean, you should be fine, but I guess you won't see anything.
Wait, let me see if my plugin works or not. Oh, hell no. Wait, hold up. Fit. When I was on 2B2T the last time, I was playing for like 1 hour straight, 2 hours. I have not seen one bad map art, I think.
Oh, nice. Well, that's good.
What?
Yeah. Let's hope it stays that way.
What's like an example of a bad map art? Like, what are we talking about?
Oh, I mean, just like pornography, which on Twitch, of course, would get you banned. So, like, I mean, just stuff like that. Sometimes gore, but...
Okay. Now you got me scared. Now you got me really fucking scared. Let me see. Map right here. 3, 2, 1. Nice! Fit, I got it. Maps are hidden. We're good. Oh my god, it would have been so bad. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Dude, you got me scared saying like I can get banned, bro. Like I have a event coming up, bro. This would be really, really bad. Fit, how many blocks are you away, would you say?
I originally said 10 minutes. Now it's 10 minutes because...
Nah, I can come your way.
No, it's all good. If you stay where you're at, I'll be there very soon. It just... The Elytra hacks that I have been using the past few months got nerfed, so I can't use them anymore.
Wait, you're cheating?
No.
Careful, bro. You can get banned on 2B2T. All right.
Yeah, no hacks, bro. This is a family-friendly Christian Minecraft server. No hacking allowed.
Yes, sir. Loki, I'm actually on vanilla. I'm actually like not using anything, which kind of was hard the last time. Some people insta-killed me with crystals. If we show our location, this position, how fast do you think somebody, like, when would somebody show up? How many minutes?
Less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes.
Wow. I don't want to test that.
Yeah, no, it'd be a fun experiment. I say we do it.
Yo, I want to see the coolest stuff today, but sometimes the cool stuff is far away, Fit, right?
Yeah, but usually, like, if you have a Elytra, it's not too bad, especially if you want to risk using the nether. It makes it super fast.
But even without full hack, it's it's fast enough?
Yeah, definitely. Well, you have fireworks too, right?
Yeah. The long-lasting one, bro.
Well, your account right now is wealthier than mine, so I might have to borrow a few.
Hey, I got you, bro. I got you.
You're too kind.
Have you ever bought something off these Discord servers, bro? And be honest.
Never.
I thought about it.
I have never used real-world money to buy items on TV, ever.
Okay.
It's like one of those things, I don't want to do it, you know?
I respect it.
Yeah, so like, overall,
the door, I heard it.
experienced in this community, like, what are your thoughts on 2B2T? Like,
my bullets were that good, dude. Well,
what do you think about it?
I'm dog shit.
I said it the last time, I will say it again. I was part of another Minecraft community where some people say it's sus, Fit, and it's the Hypixel Pit community. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Oh, I've heard all about it, yeah.
Bro.
That tracks.
And it's kind of like
Ew.
a 2B2T, but in smaller when it comes to the community. Though. Like, there's as well really sus individuals. They're wrecking each other out because they have some rare items. There's people doxing each other, like the most illegal stuff. But the community itself, the core community, super fun. And what I like about 2B2T, it's that community times 100. Like, it's always active compared to Kit, where it's like, it's a sadly dying community, very, very small. 2B2T is that on crack.
Hey, Dom. God damn.
You have some sus individuals, but 90% are super nice. We talked as well last time. Fit, sorry for interrupting. I'm too excited, but sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
Chad, what's his name that we talked to? You will know him. A guy that builds some of the greatest builds on 2B2T. Jack the Ripper.
Oh, Jack. Yeah, Jack is a legend. Absolute legend.
He showed us around his base and everything. And told some stories. It was wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, Jack is one of those players that he was playing even before I was. And he was like some of the most historical events in the server's history, like with his own eyes. He's just like a living legend. So that's super cool. You got to like talk to him.
Bro, yeah, bro, it was an absolute honor. The funniest part was I asked him,
Oh.
he was working on a new
Oh.
build, and I asked him like, how much for your cards, right? Bro, and it's like this holy thing for everybody to play. He said like, I think he said 1 billion, and he was serious. Bro. Oh my god. Fit, if you would have to put a price on the cards of your main account.
Oh.
I would say...
Oh. Oh.
I mean, if it's just the chords, I
No.
always like get an alt to dig it out later. I would say, yeah, someone give me 10 grand and I'll do it.
I want iron sights on both his guns.
I'm actually like, so without revealing too much, it's not in a location of like importance.
Okay.
Like it could get nuked and I wouldn't give a shit. So yeah, you know what? I would give away my cords for the right price, 100%.
10K, that's it? I swear Jack the Ripper wouldn't go under. I think he said he dropped the price later on to like, I think it was $500 million. I swear on everything he was trolling. Bro.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if it was at like a really important base I was working on, then yeah, it'd be way higher, but it's literally like the middle of nowhere, so I would not mind lowering the price.
Yeah. Fit, I have a big question for you, a really big question. The most infamous briefer on 2B2T. Pop-Up.
Yeah, Pop-Bob, yeah.
What's up with Pop-Up?
Well, Pop-Bob is a very... Well, they don't even go by Pop-Bob anymore, to my understanding. But they're a very private person. So, like, they're not the easiest person to get in contact with. But I think that kind of adds to the mystique, you know?
Have you ever talked
Oh,
about
what's up?
in voice?
Not in voice, no. Most of our interactions happened before I became a YouTuber. And it just, you know, dumb
Default.
shit. Yeah. So I did get murdered by Pop-Bob. Because I was at my base. And it was a
Oh, wow. I tried to hit this big lady on him. Dog shit, though.
Listening to, like, the sound of thunder. Using, like, multiple Minecraft accounts to, like, see the loaded chunk I was in, and then came by and murdered me. Like, that's when I first realized, wow, these players are hardcore.
That
like,
is the nerdiest stuff I've ever heard. That is so cool. Oh my god. So is he like, is he no coding, or is he somebody else's?
Somebody help.
Very gifted programmer, yes, 100%.
Damn. Pop-Bob. Did he ever, like, say something about the videos that you did about him? Because I, like, Pop-Bob is, I swear, Pop-Bob maybe more popular than me. Like, you know, like, did he ever say something like, yo, Fit, the videos, like, anything?
Not to me personally, but I'm sure they've got some opinions.
Really? Wait, good or bad?
Oh.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Oh, God.
when you spend the first
Please stop.
the 2010s being a villain on the server, like, don't be surprised when that's how people remember you. You know, like.
Wait, so I want to know the like how it all started, because you said before you did YouTube, like, you were playing 2B2T, of course, right? Because I guess
That's why you made the videos in the first place. When was the first time you joined 2B2T?
I joined in the summer of 2013. So it was 12 years ago.
Jesus.
Because I had just graduated college, and I was like super bored one summer, and I heard about the server, so I joined, and like I had to survive on rotten flesh and spider eyes. It was insane.
Classic. Damn. And then when did 2B2T get made? Which year?
So it started in 2010. So this Christmas, it's going to turn 15 years old. So that does make it the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft.
Fit. What's the name of the owner again?
Housemaster.
Housemaster.
Yeah, Housemaster's identity has always been a mystery. You know, and like the community.
Holy shit, I'm dog shit.
One person, multiple people, like it's just one of those things that just adds to the mystique about the server. But Housemaster loves to fuck with all of us by nerfing our
Again, so cool. So cool,
yeah,
dude.
just like as soon as we find something that's fun or like an exploit, shit gets nerfed the next day. It's like, god damn it.
To this day?
Yes, to this day. To this day.
Damn. Interesting.
Boy.
Ever talk with them?
No.
I have on a few occasions, like many years back. I think it was 2020. I needed to get permission from House to use like the name to
Who are you?
merch. So I just had to get
Dumb.
but that's pretty much the
That's
last time
asshole.
I've spoken.
No way.
Like there's a conspiracy that like I'm on the payroll of this server and like I do advertising stuff. No, I do not get paid by this server. I have to pay for priority just like everyone else.
I don't know what just happened, man.
Wait, you have to pay for prior?
Yeah, I gotta pay $20 a month just like everyone else.
That's crazy. That was Housemaster, I would give it to you, I think. Damn.
Yeah, right? Yeah, jeez. But anyway,
He
yeah.
doesn't care. Damn.
But yeah, it's interesting though that you mentioned like the more sus parts of the community. To my knowledge, 2B2T is the only Minecraft server that's been under investigation by multiple government agencies. Because yeah, in the 2010s, someone threatened Obama, so we were under investigation by Secret Service. And then in 2016, 2B2T was under investigation by the United States Department of Homeland Security. Because, to my knowledge, because someone had programmed a Google bot to be logged into the server where if you were in public chat, you could tell the Google bot to just Google whatever. And as you can imagine, that caused problems very quickly, and they had to kind of figure out where these searches were coming from.
Oh.
That is crazy.
Yeah,
Oh, that'd have been a clip.
Those are the ones I can share publicly. Like, yeah, it's a wild place.
Wait, those are the ones you can share.
That'd have been sexy as fuck.
Reached out by the government, like about like some player or whatever?
Not me personally, no.
Hausmeister?
Like I said, your guess is as good as mine. I know these investigations took place. That's all that I was able to find out.
Wait, Rush, try to salvage this. Yo, Ben, how many more men? Yo, Ben, 5 more
I'm
minutes.
so sorry. I'm out of fireworks, so I'm on foot. It's going to be like 10 minutes. I'm so sorry.
You're out of fireworks.
I told you I'm poor on this account. I'm
What? Yo, give me your cards, Fit. I can come your way. Let me see.
Oh, wait, okay. I found an e-chest. Okay, I have firework rockets again. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. You're good. You're good. So how many more minutes? 5 more minutes?
Yeah, 5.
All right, take your time. Fit, I have another question, bro. I have another question. And if it's too personal, just say it. Nothing. I don't know if it's private information or not. Do you have kids?
I do not have children, as far as I know.
All right.
As far as I know.
But I have a question.
Ping pong.
If you would have kids, would you let them play?
The rainbow.
Fuck no.
Really?
Fuck no.
What?
I would keep them far away from this server.
But once they had like 18, maybe with 18, 2B2T, suck.
Oh yeah, then they could do whatever they want. Yeah,
Okay,
but
okay.
like,
All right,
I would. I even tell my viewers this. Like, this is not a server for kids.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I guess technically the content that a lot of the YouTubers make about it is for all ages, but it's not a server for all ages.
Fair. Wait, so when did you join 2B2T your first time?
So it was 2013. So I was 22 to like 23 at the time, early 20s basically.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn. Who is your closest friend on 2B2T? Do you have like an ally like that you, I don't know.
Oh, I have a bunch of like old friends from the community, but then also I have a bunch of contacts in like the newer community as well. I'm not gonna say who they are out loud just because I don't want them to get hate. But yeah, so I have friends at a bunch of places that give me information and things like that. But the community is very chill. I will say it has chilled out a lot since the end of the pandemic. Like you were mentioning, like the majority of the community is very cool. I mean, they're surprisingly progressive too. Like modern 2B2T players, they will politely ask for your pronouns before calling you a slur. So, you know, the community has really changed.
Oh, jeepers.
I'm almost to you.
Oh my god.
And I know I keep saying that, but this time it's legit.
Wait, Loki almost died. Loki almost got zooted to spawn. Imagine. Oh my god. Wait, chat, I'm just looking at chat. Oh, Fit, you need to come, please. We have to explore.
I'm almost there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, nah, you're good. You're good. Stop saying you're sorry, bro. You're good, bro. You gotta be stacked up with rockets, though. Come on.
All right.
2B2T rule
Yeah,
number one.
okay. So I was in the nether, but I'm in the overworld finally.
Okay. I'm in the village right now. I'm not pressing F3, bro. I'm not stupid. What do we give to the first person who shows up, bro? We have to give them something, no? If we do, we show our cards.
You have to give them. You have to give them an autograph at least.
Okay, I can do that. I want to give more though. Maybe like an elytra or something. Elytra's valuable.
I mean, my motto is: if you have it, you certainly don't need less of it, right? So I'm sure they'd be happy to have one.
There were a lot of dupes on the server, right? Because there's another server, Donut SMP, and elytras are hella rare over there. On 2B2T, why are they not rare? Is it like all the dupes that you had, or?
Oh yeah, there's been so many item dupes over the years. I mean, oh yeah, because isn't Donut SMP, they had that Trident dupe recently, right? I think I remember talking about that. Yeah, like someone figured out how to do it. Yeah, Donut SMP, yeah, it's like, it's an interesting server. I have like become more familiar with it. Yeah, it is kind of like, it's sort of like 2B2T, but also not. It's interesting.
What's sad about it, Fit? Or what's really cool about 2B2T compared to Donut SMP? I like both, but the map size. It is so nice to have a 2 million times 2 million on 2B?
Oh, 2B is maximum world size you can get in Minecraft. So you can, like in the overworld, it's like 60 million by 60 million.
Was?
Yeah. But here's the thing, like, it's impossible to generate all those chunks. I'd say even though the map is almost 15 years old, not even 1% of the chunks have been generated.
No,
that's
you're trolling.
No, I'm not bullshitting you. I swear.
That's actually
but the server is measured in terabytes, so it's a fucking huge file size.
How does the server run? Like,
it's a miracle. It's a miracle. I have no fucking idea how they pulled this off. Like, we were stuck on version 1.12 for multiple years because, like, they just could not figure out how to get it to run, but they finally did it. I think it was Folia is what finally let them do it.
Folia?
It's a fucking miracle, I will say that.
Fit, I'm a little bit scared. It is raining right now. Somebody like Pop Pop, can he triangulate the rain?
No.
Okay.
No, those days are long gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody says, Thunder, mute owner. Bro. Jesus. Okay. Nice.
Oh, that's funny. All right, I'm now 3,000 blocks away, so I have 19 rockets left. I'll make it to you, no problem.
Okay, so like 5 more minutes.
Not even less.
Oh, okay. That's like Christmas. Now, but what I was saying, Donut SMP, 200,000 times 200,000, which can be a blessing, but also annoying because all the bases that I look at, they're pretty small because at one point it will get found, right? 200k times 200k with that many players, your base will get found. And on 2B, you see these ridiculous builds that can last for, can I say decades, Fit?
Yes, some have survived a decade. Yeah, it's crazy.
And you know, you can't do that on a small map. That I love about 2B, bro. Like some builds surviving decades, just colossuses. Absolutely awesome, bro.
Yeah, no, you understand entirely. And I think that's why so many people are fascinated by it. Not so much like the zero censorship, not so much the hacking. It's just the old map and the history that comes with it. I think that's what people really enjoy about it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I also love, I love how your chat doesn't think my voice is real. This is my actual speaking voice. I'm so sorry that puberty hit me like a brick wall. I'm like you.
They're saying pirate software.
Like you.
Like you have some bass filters on, bro. Is it natural? Is it like, I don't know, like, bro, your voice is bassy as hell, I swear. Like, this is crazy, G. This is...
I know. I have like a Shure microphone with like a Go XLR. Yeah, so like that's all. That is it.
I need to hit my second puberty, bro. This is crazy.
I'm in your general vicinity right now. I should see you soon. I'm like at the coordinates you gave me.
Okay.
Oh, I see it now.
I'm jumping.
Oh yeah, there's a massive build here with like obsidian and stuff.
Really?
Oh, you're not here. Oh, you have a massive build built by a group I know about. Yeah, that's really close by. I'll show it to you.
Give me the cards. Give me the cards. I'm coming.
It's basically the coordinates that you gave me. Wait, no. These are the exact coordinates you gave me.
Wait, what?
I'm at those. So like you only should have like a few hundred blocks to go.
Okay. You see me?
No. Do you see like a massive obsidian pillar with a base on top of it?
Nah. Oh god, wait, did I give you the wrong cards? There may be an extra zero there. Oh man. Where? Oh my god. No. Fit. There's one less zero on the X. No. Wait. Your reaction says it all. No, wait. Do we come to spawn?
It's up to you.
I think
I'll
it's
go
better,
back
right?
to spawn. I will kill myself to go back to spawn. That'll probably be the fastest way.
No,
not at all.
Oh my god. Do I show my cards, see if somebody comes fast? I'll show my cards.
You know what?
Yeah?
You might as well. Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I'll show my
if
cards.
you're just going back to spawn.
Let's see. But I don't think people will come fast. These are my cards, boys. Minus 8,100. Bro, and I gave you 80,000 because I was hectic. I wanted to like fast. No shot somebody's going to appear in the next minutes, bro. I'm going to set a timer, bro. I'm going to set a timer and see how long it takes.
I think it's gonna be less than 10 minutes. It might even be less than like 5 minutes.
No shot.
But if we're betting though, I'd say less than 10 minutes.
We're already 45 seconds in, bro. This low key, I think it will take 10 minutes, bro. Because it took me like 30 minutes through the nether. Because it was kind of annoying to navigate through the nether. The highways are kind of broken. And even if you fly at lava height at the bottom, like sometimes there's structures. You know what I mean? Whoever comes, you get something, bro. Whoever comes first, you get something.
Although I will say this, if someone shows up and they pull out an end crystal, at that point, just take your hands off your keyboard and make peace with God. Because you know what's about to happen.
I'm ready. I have Elytra and Rocket. Are you good at crystal PvP?
No, I'm average at best. Like before crystals were introduced to the server, I was very good at like the PvP. But as soon as crystals got introduced, I just could not adjust to the new style. So I'm not that great. So if you give me crystals, I can like kind of use them, but I'm not the best. There are some people that are insane at crystal PvP, especially using hacks. Like they will auto box you in with obsidian, and then there's nothing you can do. It's insane.
Yeah. GG. What was the PvP like before crystals? Was it just axe PvP?
It was basically like swords, and like axes were not as good before shields. So it was mainly just swords, and however much gear you had on you usually determined who would win the fight. But what you could do is you could put down an anvil and repair your gear mid-battle.
Nah.
That was also an option. Yeah, so like it got pretty wacky sometimes, but I preferred that to like crystal PvP.
So it was before mending, or was it faster to quickly anvil repair? Because
so that was before mending. Yeah, so like 1.7 people would put down an anvil in the middle of a fight and repair their stuff. But yeah, as soon as mending came around, then yeah, that wasn't really as useful anymore.
I also prefer the OG PvP, I'm not gonna lie. Now you just die in a second.
Although I will say, to my understanding, I've spoken with some crystal PvPers, and they claim that Housemaster secretly nerfed crystal PvP. He limited it so like you can only place one crystal every like second and a half, when there used to be no cooldown, so you could just nuke someone.
Wait. That's right now?
Yes, so there's a cooldown where you can only detonate them every like second and a half, or like place them. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, you should be fine though. I mean, as long as none of these 22,000 people will snitch on you, which we have no snitches in this chat, right?
There's a guy! There's a guy! Mr. OOBBC! OOBBC, bro! Any insight? Yeah, come on. Give me a book. He even has netherite armor, full red. He looks full boss fit. It's like with the... Wow,
oh, yeah, I
stuff.
see that.
He does not have to give me stuff. He has like a nice
armor
trim on
and
it.
everything.
I watched your video on the rarest trim, bro. Is this the one? No, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, the eye trim, I think, was the rarest, but it got duped.
Oh, my God. Give me a book, BBC. Give me a book, BBC. Let me sign your book, bro. Let me sign your book, bro. What is this? He's just giving me stuff. You don't have to do that, bro. You don't have to do that. These things, they can't hack me, right? Shulker can't hack me anymore, right? Whoa. Alter.
Oh, you're getting the good stuff.
Oh, my God. Thank you, Kerr. Yo, BBC, let me sign it. My guy, let me sign a book for you, bro. Please. What? Oh, my God. Bro, my vision is confused, chat, because to me, like, this is billions of money in because donut S&P. Rockets. Oh, my God. Okay, fit. We're stacked on rockets. WBBC in the chat. WBBC in the chat. Everybody, bro. Wow. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Lots of people now. Lots of people. What the hell? Shulker's being dropped. Lots of fit. They got your back.
Yeah, I'm watching this unfold.
Hey, gosh, I just got rocked. A million rockets. Okay, now people are coming. Hey. Oh, God, fit.
I'm watching.
Oh, my God.
Well, you had a good run.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
What do you mean 1.5 second cooldown, bro? I died in half a second, bro. There's no way that's a thing. There's no way, bro.
Wait, were you wearing a chest plate or elytra?
Elytra.
Oh, well, there you go.
No way. But it had 3 pieces.
Yeah, you're gonna die in one hit if you're not wearing a chest plate. Yeah.
Bro. All right. Now comes the part where we have to find each other. Oh my God. Wait,
yes.
This can be... Oh no. Chad, this was the build that Fit was talking about at the wrong coordinates that I sent. There you go. Chad, this is a Fortnite map, no? This red house, I remember this. This is nice.
It's Fortnite.
Well.
I think Fortnite map.
Here we go. I quickly equip myself, right? Get in the Elytra. And then I come your way.
Perfect.
Do you have, do you have stuff on right now or not?
I have an elytra with a few fireworks.
Okay. Oh, God. Please, nobody come. Boom. Bro is trolling. What do you mean, bro? I'm not slow. Suck. Get my loot. Oh, hell no. Problems. All right, I'm coming to...
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm coming... he may even be friendly. I don't know. I'm coming to your coordinates, okay?
Okay.
I'm hiding screen. I'm checking where I am. Oh, man, you're so far away. All right, I may just show my codes. Yeah, fuck it, Fit. Oh? Fuck it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Boom, I'm showing. Okay. I may come with some people, though. We have to immediately, I think, fly away. You know what I mean? Yeah, I need approximately, like, 5 minutes.
All good.
I'm kidding.
And then you may have to drop me like a stack of fireworks, and then I should be good because I've got 3 left.
Oh God. Okay, I got you. Okay, and I'm here. I'm right above you. I'm 1,000 blocks above you. I'm coming down. Oh God, wait, I may die here.
Oh yeah, I see a bunch of people above you. Yeah,
no. Wait, I may die here if I go fully down. Oh. Okay. I'm here.
All right, I've got someone was kind enough to give some fireworks.
They're building. Okay, nice. Let's go into the same direction, all right? We're gonna meet while flying. Fit, let's go. Which direction? You call it. Oh my God, that's hella people.
Hold on.
You have to put traces on. Oh! Make sure you're gappling up. Gapple up, Fit. There's one bad person. The rest is fine.
Okay, I see you. I'm with you.
Okay, follow me.
All right.
Okay. Oh God, I don't know how this is gonna work, bro.
Well, at least we're together now.
Yeah.
Even though we're being chased by an angry mob, you know, this is the way it was meant to be.
Yeah. Oh God. Wait. If I hit a wall, am I dead? No.
Oh wow. I think we are lagging the server.
Oh God. There's a clan chasing you. They're all bad. Are you serious, bro? Are you still on me? Do you have like you see me?
I ran out of fireworks, so I had to dip off.
You're trolling.
No, the person. It's so laggy right now. Someone must have activated a lag machine because we're at 4 TPS. Someone dropped me fireworks. I could not even pick them up.
Okay, yo, Fit, we have to link, bro. We have to link up, bro.
Yeah, I'll get to safety and I'll send coordinates like privately.
Wait, how did I get rid of them? I'm alone.
You got away? Keep going.
Oh, there's a guy. There is a guy. He is friendly though. There's two guys. They're both friendly though. They're both friendly, bro. W Imperium, W Leo, bro. W Leo, bro. Oh god. I may have activated them. Scheiße. How do we get something done with, like, how do we get something done, Fit? I did not think this through. I'm not gonna lie, Fit. I did not think this through.
Hey, you know, this is the most fun part, is just winging it like this. No, it's the best.
Scheiße.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you a... a screenshot. I'm so used to like the lottery.
Core community, super fun. And what I like about 2B2T, it's that community times 100. Like it's always active compared to Pit, where it's like it's a sadly dying community.
Go back to Spun. That'll probably be the fastest way.
No,
not at all.
Oh my god. Do I show my cards, see if somebody comes fast? I'll show my cards.
You know what? You might as well. Yeah, might as
They got your back.
Yeah, I did.
Oh no. Hey, bro. Wow. Okay, here we go. Oh god, lots of people now. Lots of people. I may come with. I got you.
Like privately.
Wait. How did I get rid of them? I'm alone.
You got away? Keep going.
Oh, there's a guy. There is a guy. He is friendly though. There's two guys. They're both friendly though. They're both friendly, bro. W Imperium, W Leo, bro. W Leo, bro. Oh god. I may have activated them. Scheiße. How do we get something done with, like, how do we get something done, Fit? I did not think this through. I'm not gonna lie, Fit. I did not think this through.
Hey, you know, this is the most fun part, is just winging it like this. No, it's the best.
Scheiße.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you a screenshot. You can show it. It's proof that we at least met up once.
No way. I disconnected for a second so I can show.
I was following you as best I could, but I'm broke on this account.
Scheiße, bro. Oh my god, you need loot, bro. You need loot. Chat, how do we fix this, bro? Oh my god, I didn't think this through. I'm so sorry. Can I quickly add Hexer to the call? He may have an idea or something. I don't know.
Hello.
Yo, I fucked this up, bro. I fucked this up.
Yeah, I saw. I'm watching.
I gave the wrong cards to Fit. I'm so stupid, bro. Wait, I may be cooked now.
Nah, it's chill. It's content, bro. It's content.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like, wait. I may be cooked now. Oh, no. Oh my god. Wait, Fit, you have to read.
Get Loga trap?
Fit. No, I'm fine.
Fit, he's not in the call.
Yeah, I know. Fit, you have to join the call, bro. Scheiße. Yo.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god. Yo. Are you seeing this?
Oh, I see that. Oh, you've got an entire squadron there. Damn.
Oh, hell
Is that the Imperium,
no.
maybe? I don't know. It was some guy with the name Imperium. I would guess so. I think
Wait.
they're gonna come back.
This is bad. How are they burning in the air? It's like mosquitoes, bro. Oh my god. And the thing is, bro, even if 99% of them are friendly, bro, all it takes is like one guy, you know? Oh my god.
Yeah, if they're building in thin air, you might be fucked.
Oh, yo, Hausmeister, we need admin, bro. We need slash up. Imagine, bro, imagine. All right, Fit, how do we do this?
Enough money in the world for that.
You just keep using those fireworks, keep moving, try to lose them, because you lost them before. You can easily do it again.
Fit, I'm stun locked. I don't know what to do.
Just keep moving. Just keep moving forward.
I'm not gonna lose them, bro. There's so many.
Yeah, there's actually so many. I've never seen anyone be chased like this before.
What?
Actually, crazy.
Yo, hell no! Oh my god, yo, there's so many people. Let me fly in circles for a second. Bro, what?
That's actually crazy.
No. All right, let me think. I will kill myself.
Yeah, it sounds like a good game plan.
Then, I mean, can we meet up somehow without somebody seeing us?
I mean, once again, if we privately share coordinates, yeah, we can meet up.
You think? I log out high in the map, right? Then they're never gonna find out like where I am.
Yeah, all the way do over 320. They can't place blocks.
Easy.
Above that. Yeah.
I'm so sorry that this is so scuffed.
No, this is going exactly how I expected it, so no apology needed.
No
Yeah.
shot. No shot.
Only if you want, I can invite Jack again. I think he wants to show off his stuff. If you want, while you figure that out.
Jack would be a great person to like share their experiences 100%.
Jack.
It works.
Jack,
oh my god.
There we go.
Jack. I gave Fit the wrong
I'm so
cards,
sorry
and
for
now
best
it's
of fun, man. I used to rat him out. Goddamn.
Oh my god.
It is what it is. Don't worry about it.
It is what it is. Too big.
Oh. Have you talked before?
Oh yeah, we go way back. We go way back.
Do we know each other? Well, may or may not have met a long time ago. I don't know.
Yeah, what has it been now? Like 11 years? 10 years we've known each other?
Yeah, 11, because we had that one tiny chat in 2014 where you were complaining about Pop Bob finding your log cabin, and you were puzzled, and then I had to tell you, oh yeah, they can find your location from lightning
I'm
strikes.
just like, fuck me, dude.
It was so funny to see your face because you were like, huh? That's a thing?
I was just
And
like, I can't believe it.
I was so amused to see a gym bro who played 2B2T and then got like blindsided by the nature of 2B2T for the very first time. It truly was.
Yeah, a
Truly was a
baptism by
memorable
fire.
experience.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know the story got that deep. Damn. Oh
You guys
wow.
go way back.
Yeah, no, it was funny.
Did you finish your build, Jack, from last time?
Okay, so this is.
Can I show the screen share?
A bit. So there's a bit of a story about that. We got found, and the place was grief.
Shut up!
It was completely unrelated. We were found by a Chinese base hunter who stole everything I own.
Fit, do you remember what I said?
I'm not even joking. That actually did happen.
Fit, Jack said
And
2
this is
months
proof
ago.
we're on here.
Jack said 2 months ago when I said how much for your
It
cards,
was-
you said
it was-
half
it
a
was 3
billion,
months
bro.
ago. Yeah.
You
Well, he
said-
found us because I don't know. He just found us.
Oh my.
That's insane.
He got the cost.
Yeah,
Doesn't
and
surprise
so
me,
we
but that's
moved to a new
insane.
location. We moved to a new location, and I got a bunch of. I met a bunch of new people called the devs, and they have these crazy block printers that shit out like 10 blocks a second. And so inside of 3 days, before the 121 update, we rebuilt all of this.
What the hell? So wait, when did it get leaked?
Isn't it amazing?
When did it get leaked?
Back in the earliest part of June.
Earliest part of
And
June.
so we've just kind of
So like a month
we've just
ago.
kind of been doing the best that we can.
So wait, can you say how far it was away, that old base?
Old base was under 2 mil or something like that.
But then it's your own mistake, no? That's kind of close to spawn, bro.
Well,
Yeah, it's
we
kinda
also had like trails and stuff because Alpha and I were exploring, and then we ended up kind of getting, found because this base hunter guy was just out in the millions, just running around, just finding and looking at stuff, and he happened to cross our trails, and then he found us.
Chinese space.
So that's how it is.
Oh, I like that
wow.
hot tub room. That looks sick, dude.
That's the bathroom. Yeah, it's a Japanese style bathroom.
That is nice.
Oh, I've been going crazy with the newer blocks. It's been 2 years since the server became good again. I'm just so stoked that I can like do all of this good stuff on 2B now.
Dragon
Oh,
egg?
for sure.
Is that rare?
Yeah, dragon eggs. That's a nice little lamp. I have some shoes here. Take your filthy shoes off, you heathens, before you walk into my house.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yep. All the new
Always so
paintings.
creative.
I'm loving the new paintings. Banner art. I'm probably the only person who does banner art right now.
That is nice.
Nice little indoor garden there with little mushrooms, big mushrooms.
Fit, I have a question. Your biggest build, was it big? You're like, have you ever built a big base like this?
Nothing like Jack builds. Jack, do not compare any builder to Jack, because like he's in a league of his own. Like I've never built anything even remotely close to this.
What is that room?
It's just a singular map art tiled like a million times.
Oh hell no!
And it just looks really, really mind bendy. If I turn off my shaders, it's a little more worse if I turn off my shaders.
Oh,
but it's better if I turn them on.
Did you do that?
No, I found that map and I was like, hell yeah, I gotta take this. Got a nice nice toilet.
That's a big
nice bathroom here with a shower.
Nice.
What else? So this is the living quarters section. The living quarters is just like the top area. The inside area is going to be all of these sort of black stone rooms and hallways and stuff. It's going to be very liminal, kind of. There's a game called Black Shard that I played a few months ago. It's really good, and Black Shard was like just phenomenal. It blew my mind, so I wanted to sort of design both a traditional Japanese mansion and also this crazy liminal, infinitely recurring space.
You're a fast builder, bro. Like this looks bigger than last time.
Well, the last time you saw it, it was only 1/2.
Damn.
So that's why it looks bigger. It was supposed to be 2 halves of the same whole.
Are you building solo?
No, I have a bunch of people here who are helping me build.
Clankers?
And
or is it
this area,
actual people?
Yes, actual people. One of them built a room up in there. I showed it temporarily. This area with the giant boxed off area is going to be Escape the Jack rooms too.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious. We're going to fill it all in with gravel. We're doing that right now. You can see the gravel bits in front of me.
Your boys, I swear.
And
what I love about 2B2T, everything is like big, bro. Like think big. Like look at this.
Yeah.
Oh my! You start building your small house, but you always want more, bro. It's the nature of humans. Always go bigger. And look at the bases that you're building now. Jeez Louise, that's crazy.
Yep. So the group, the devs, have this absurd Blackstone piglin bartering farm. And one of the byproducts of bartering is you get gravel. And so we didn't know what to do with all the gravel, and they aren't artistic enough to really use Blackstone for anything. And so I was like, well, I can show you, some really cool designs and stuff. I can make use of all that Blackstone. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. And then now we're also using all the gravel to plug up this ocean, and we're gonna run some bombers over it and make the big redstone escape room game, in this space.
Escape
from
room
bedrock
game?
to build limit.
Yo,
yeah,
once
it's an
ready,
escape room.
let me know. I want to play. Oh my god.
Absolutely, sure.
Oh my
sure.
god, I'll travel.
It'll be
off-stream.
probably another year if I had to guess.
In Minecraft?
Well, we got to design all the stuff. We got to design the game space. Preparing the area on the server won't be difficult. It's when the building will be like the final step, and that'll be really easy. it's designing it all to not be a terrible game, because
Jack.
making a good game is a completely different beast from making a bad game.
Jack.
And so it'll all be redstone driven, you know, all of this. I've already done something like that once on 2B.
Jack, time out.
So I'm good at it.
I don't think your last base, 2 million blocks out. We don't know how far this one is away, but it got found after just a couple of months. How the hell? What do you mean 1 year?
Yeah, it's unlucky. It's unlucky, but what can you do? I mean, if it happens, it happens. But I'm not giving up on my dreams or anything like that.
Damn.
So if I get found again, we'll just do stuff elsewhere.
Yeah, like Jack, you've probably been griefed more than any other player in history, and you still keep building. I don't know how you do it.
Damn.
I never give up, never surrender. Trust your instincts.
Do you know about the story between Hausmeister and Jack Fit? Like where he visited him?
Oh yeah. Where he visited back in late 2013.
And what did he say to you?
Oh no, I didn't hear about this.
Oh my God, this is so
Wait for this,
autistic.
Fit. Wait for this.
Oh my God, this is so autistic. How do you all, manage this? It truly was
Bro,
like a
TP
badge
to
of
him and
honor.
called him autistic for his builds. That is wild. Fucking hell.
It truly was a housemaster moment.
Jesus.
This is our giant golden man. He is. It's Atlas holding the world. Made out of solid gold.
I've seen the exact thing on the Southern Canal, I think.
Holy shit.
Pretty
Yeah.
sure.
That's like the thing
Yeah,
from
the,
the
uh,
meme,
the-
no? The guy pulling
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Well, that's Atlas. That's the Titan Atlas holding up the world.
God damn.
That's like an old Greek
Mythology.
Yeah, Greek mythological figure. You know how it is.
That is nice.
It's very.
The weakness is to be like something.
Is this all in
from
that
a science
area?
fair?
Bro, for sure the Chinese
Yeah.
guy's gonna find it, no? Call me crazy, you're showing a lot of stuff surrounding, no? Like they can just zoom in on the
It's
map and
fine.
find the snow mountain.
Subconsciously, I was thinking about the exact same thing, but I think to be fixed that somehow with
Nice.
the
Yeah.
random.
Yeah, we're
When
not
it updated. Yeah, it's
We're
like
not
the
worried
modern
about that.
versions. Yeah, like the world generation is now separated from the world seed. So
Right.
like it used to be where if you even saw natural terrain, you could find it, but now it's a lot harder.
That is so smart.
Until it's not.
Even if you show bedrock, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's all different.
No, Bedrock does still matter. Bedrock is the same on every world. Bedrock is the one thing you cannot show,
Oh my god.
but that's fine. That just is, don't do stupid things like show Bedrock.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Just be smart about it.
Yeah, and you
It
know
knows
how
a
that
lot about that, I
discovery
think.
was made on 2B2T?
There it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I found out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you compromised our base. Yeah.
A stream sniper found me on stream when I was building my base because I showed Bedrock. And so that's how everyone found out you could do that.
That's crazy.
And you also showed the drains Bedrock too, and that was a place that I was living at.
Yeah, I mean, a little collateral damage.
Yeah,
you know,
it
it was
happens.
almost 10 years ago.
Oh my God,
like-
no, it was 9 years ago. It wasn't 10 years yet.
He's
Nah,
counting
it
the
doesn't
days.
matter anymore. That I tried remaking the drain in my own style. I had fun with it.
the hell is
you know.
this?
Oh, nice.
I don't know what this is. This is, according to Anti-Sonnet, this is, and it's very hard to see because of the shaders. I'm going to turn on full bright to give it a little
the
more
hell?
detail. So this is an intersection. This is crazy. This is an intersection of a catacomb in Skyrim. And so they just took the 3D model from the game,
Okay.
fed it through that program that turns 3D models into voxels, into Minecraft stuff, turned it into a schematic, and then blew it up really big, and then built it here.
Are they gonna
And I don't know
finish
what
it,
was
or
going to
is it
happen with it
finished?
or why. Yeah, I don't think it's finished, but at the same time, I don't know why it's even here at all.
Yeah, it looks pretty unfinished.
It looks cool.
Yeah,
It needs something extra to make it pop.
Bro, I can't believe how legendary that play is from Hausmeister to have the world seed different from the world generation on 2B2T. That's insane. Like, that's game changing.
Oh yeah, that's what I was.
That was very smart.
That's what I was gonna say. Wasn't partly the reason he did that to this what's it called, to make people not do more like terrain stuff like the no-com.
Yes.
And so basically that makes it way harder. So people hopefully won't try, and he can just be more lazy, I guess. I don't know.
What is this?
So yeah, This is the devs stash logo place. I don't know. This is some castle we're building. I haven't heard too much on it lately.
How many builds are there? What the hell? Is this like a church?
It's mostly 4 or 5 builds, but I'm the only one actively doing anything at the moment.
Damn.
Only I have some good news.
Yeah.
I think we've been able to pull some strings. There might be a way that you two, Fit and Mr. Oni Pixel, can go on the museum server, just the two of you. And it's not a date, I swear, but just the two of you. So if you want, I can add the owner of the museum server, and I guess maybe you can talk to him. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Then I could actually log in on my main account for once.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Turban, if we can tour your server without any issues, that would be like Christmas right now, I swear. Are you sure it's going to work?
Well, unless somebody does some kind of, DDoS attack, of course it's going to work.
Wait, are you German?
It is. Yes.
Ey, Brudi. Aber die Jungs, die machen, ich bin auch Deutsch, aber die machen doch safe irgendwas, oder nicht? Können wir das irgendwie schnell auf einen anderen Server pushen? Irgendwie die Map ganz schnell oder so? Geht das? He sounds like a guy.
Relax, it's just a server. Thank you so much, guys.
What? Thank you? Thank us for what?
People are joining the museum and lagging.
Yeah, and I'm very happy that I can give something to the community. It is very rewarding.
Bro, you're gonna make me cry. What the hell? You are too nice. Dude, I swear, bro. Fit way too nice. Jack way too nice. Hacksaw, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Hacksaw way too nice.
So-and-so, so-and-so.
For real. Like y'all say, the 2B2T community is sus. Bro, yeah, it's just the nicest people. Maybe it's just the selective people that we have in the call, but you guys are the nicest people in this earth. This is crazy. In real life,
we've grown more chill with age, is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Fit. I agree.
Just don't check my post history on 2B2T or 2B2T.
Yeah, don't do that to me either.
I'm kidding.
It's better.
Let me hop onto 2B2T. I hope that they didn't find my location. 3, 2, 1.
If you're above 320Y, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you can always log out above build limit. You'll be safe then.
Wait, easy.
That's a good trick.
Best trick ever. Holy shit. Wait, I'm still.
Oh yeah, you probably at spawn where there's like really, really bad TPS.
Nah, it's fine.
So that's ticks per second. It's basically the lag. Make way it's low TPS, it's super laggy.
Okay. W, bro. I'm so sorry that it went the way it went at the start. I swear.
No, like I said, this is the true, authentic experience you're getting.
Yeah, hectic. It can't go as you expect because everything is,
It's always going to be a little scuffed. Yeah, that's the beauty of it.
Jesus. Damn. I've seen some of your streams, your OG streams, where you went base hunting. I swear, those streams, they seem to hit. I watched some of your really, really old streams, Fit. Where you were just,
nice.
Where you were just flying around 2B2T. It was sick.
Funny you say that, because that's actually the way I found about 2B2T, because of Fit streams. I think it's the first one you did, actually.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Damn.
All the way back in 2016.
That's awesome.
Wow, I can't believe that was 9 years ago now.
I know, right?
Time is flying so fast.
Yeah.
Only when you have time, you should look into the group chat. Jack posted something quite funny.
Let me see.
I don't know anything about it. I was given a map art image. No, they're building a map art of this, and I'm just like, I don't know, I don't understand, but okay.
That is crazy.
Bro, is that real?
Yeah, that's a map art they're making on the server right now. I don't know who's doing it.
Hell nah.
Cash Bros or whoever that is, Silver.
Yo, what?
Something.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, this was one of my most saddest moments in life, bro. Are there Fit MC map arts? Must be.
Oh yeah, there's
There's
one or
some that
two.
are you probably can't
There's
show
one or
on
two.
stream.
No, I need to see that. Wait, what? What is it?
Yeah, no. For the longest time, like if you Googled FitMC, the first image that would pop up was like someone built a statue of me fucking a sheep.
What?
So,
What?
Wow.
Does that still exist, that map art? Because once they destroy the build, it's gone, right?
No,
I
map
think they
art's gonna be,
changed it now.
locked.
Yeah, you can lock it now, which is nice.
That's crazy. Yeah, once a map art is out there and it's getting distributed, I guess you can never get rid of it anymore. Like somebody always has it. Dupe said.
Yeah, I mean it's a cautionary tale about the internet in general, right? You know,
Yeah.
once it's there forever.
What?
Such is life in the zone.
How did he find me?
So how far are you out of spawn now? Or no?
I fought pretty far. God damn. He actually found me.
You need to invest in a hack client so that you can
Whoa.
more efficiently figure out where to not be.
I don't think I can, bro. Like with Twitch, like it wouldn't let me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Damn.
Well, hey.
W guy, anti-culture.
Ooh,
That's
that's
a nice name.
one more book at least. W.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a
Did you
nice
know that
name.
there's a Mr. Beast book on Tubi?
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he actually joined, and he was in my friend's boat for a little bit. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, him and like the entire team, they filmed an entire video but never released it.
I would be
Never.
close.
I wonder why.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I think that one was monetizable. Boom. Holy moly. Wait, your IGN is just fit?
Yeah.
It's the real deal.
That is insane. With the cape, fit. Look. Fit. Boom. You were outside my
look at that.
Let's go.
Oh, geez, baby. Hold on, let me put my lights on.
God
There we go.
damn,
Oh, yeah.
bro. Hell yeah. Sheesh. That is big, bro.
Have you guys seen my cape?
Oh, hell no. Come on, G. Bro, migrated.
Yeah, I'm not taking it off.
Come on, G. Okay. Damn. So this is the archive.
So this is the lobby. This lobby is created by some friends of mine, and it represents a lot of the builds onto B2T. So to the left here, we, for example, oh wait, I'm invisible. So to the left here, we have Crowbars, Mother of All Keeps. We have Jack's Crashed, Space Furia over there. Yeah, we have the Valley of Wheat here. We have the Imp statue with the head broken off. And here over this is supposed to be Moo, parts of Scribble Fox's build. And actually here down here is a peace sign, which used to be on the... I got disconnected.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, everybody went poof.
So probably you're right. Somebody's gonna fuck with us.
Scheiße.
I'll have to do that.
Turban, you seem like the nicest. Ich schwöre, du hörst dich so an wie die niceste Person überhaupt. Ich schwöre. Alter.
Genuinely have zero bad interactions with Turban. You're saying.
You had bad interactions with Turban?
Yeah, Turban's awesome.
No, zero.
Oh, okay.
Guys, stop it. Thank you. You know, I'm really happy. To be is like another kind of, you know, it's a for many people I know, many people who join the server played many years, and then they play a little less and a little less, but everyone stays in the Discord. It's all about this community stuff. That's what brings it all together.
So Turban, you have played 2B for how long?
I joined because of Ant Venom actually in 2018.
Wait, really?
Played,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We were so upset about Ant Venom too.
I remember that.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
But his video was so great in the start of it. The visual stuff. Jack, you know, I've done some videos as well, and I love that cinematic style. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Actually, you know, Fit once wanted to buy the my Mother of All Keeps intro of me before he did his video.
Yeah.
You want to buy what?
So I did a cinematic.
I offered to purchase coordinates, yeah.
No, video. Sorry, no, not coordinates. Video, rendered video. He wanted to purchase rendered
right,
video.
Yeah, commission. Yeah.
And I had already
I'm
done it.
thinking of a different situation, yeah.
Like a drone pilot? Like
no, I've never done
footage?
No, I do videos. I do cinematic videos. I'm gonna send it to you. And he said it's the best he's ever seen. Thank you, Fit. And so he said he wanted to use it as an. He wanted to see it, use it as an intro. So yeah, we've had some interactions. It was so far all very good.
Yeah, I've been compared to him a few times.
Chad, leave him a sub.
Robo, right?
Leave him a sub
Yes,
right now, bro.
Jacob.
Please. Yeah, bro. I swear this guy seems like the nicest guy
I
I've ever
think
met,
like
bro.
it's either you.
Let me see.
Or him, pretty much, like on 2B, like the top 2 or whatever, best builders like, of all time, I would say.
I don't know. I don't want to say.
Space Valkyria. Holy shit. This on 2B2T. This is on 2B2T, bro. How did he even do that? This was 2 years ago, before AI. Oh my god, bro. Yo, this guy is skilled. This was built in the end, bro. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was checking out one of your videos. That is crazy. I can see why Fit said that. That is
Thank you,
nuts.
sir.
Jesus.
I appreciate it.
God
And it's
damn.
all in Minecraft. It's all rendered within Minecraft.
Lol.
Okay, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I think I gotta run, but let's. I added you.
I'll message you, yeah.
Ja, genau. Kriegen wir hin. Kriegen wir geregelt.
Bruder, ich bin
Gentlemen.
super hyped. W Turban in the chat.
Go plan
bro.
this.
Yes, thank you, Turban.
Sheesh.
Thank you, Turban.
You just hit 2K
Thank you,
subs.
bye.
Thank you,
You just hit
Turban.
2K subs on YouTube. W.
No fucking way, man.
Some people, they found your channel. bro.
Bye.
Damn. Hey, Bruder, keep it up. Damn, bro. W Turban. I say, bro, this guy seems like the nicest guy, I swear, bro. Holy shit.
He is. Oh,
yeah.
here we go.
Hello.
Sal.
Aha.
Oh, Sal!
Hey, Sal. What's up, guys?
Welcome back.
Long time no talk.
No. No!
What a gentleman.
I downed an enemy.
A new team.
Evo harvesters are now available. 1 second. You got this. Is that free? Help.
Don't got me twice.
Med kit here. Dropping off my shield. Firing. Enemy shield. Reloading. Anyone back to the room? Defensive position. I downed an enemy. Void running. Reloading. Just pop grenade. Enemy shield. Firing. Enemy right here. Contact. Box down. Enemy down. Care package coming in. Patching myself up. Listen, let's move here. This won't hurt. Hold on. Just topping up my shield.
Damn.
What is this? This game is.
You're in view of the enemy.
I playing? I'm gonna crash out. This is not normal.
Unheard. Using a Phoenix kit.
I'm selling, bro. I'm sorry.
1 second, we got this. Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking.
He's re-challenging with no health. That can't be real.
The underscore go with JK says, dang, you guys are good.
Who's shooting us?
Another team.
I'm taking shots. That's the last of that squad.
Oh! They're everywhere!
I got shield on me.
Pick up our teammate's banner. Need to recharge my shield.
What am I playing?
No ammo, dude.
Replicator incoming. Healing up. Eyes are open though.
How many is there like a rampart challenge going on? Like what is this?
I think there's something for the challenges for today. There's a third team to your north, 2 speed. Away.
I love it, bro. Yep, just stand still. Doesn't know what's going on. Has no idea what's going on.
JK says, holy.
How are you alive? How are you alive? God.
Recharging my shields.
Oh my. Ballistic.
Follow the tunnel.
Let me in! No, just run into the other team and die. Good job.
The underscore go with JK says, ha ha ha.
Broken. Void jumping. Taking shots. Need to recharge my shield.
I hate this game.
Killed an enemy. Enemy shield broken.
The underscore go with JK says, King with TS.
Enemy taken out.
We're right there.
They camping. On the roof.
Reloading.
Run me on accident. They have traps. I'm getting thwarted. Oh.
In bad. What the fuck?
What in the corny ass fight is this? You're not real.
Need to recharge my shields. 1 minute. Ring's pretty close. Ring's not too far. 45 left.
That's not real, right?
Other teams in here.
Oh my god, that's real.
At least one of them is. The Mirage over here.
Hooray! Come on, bro.
The dad squatch face boo knife says, smiley face. The dad squatch face boo knife says, GG.
Hostile landed near me.
Oh, I took the energy. W mass.
Hostile right here.
Don't shoot! Bro, my gun wouldn't shoot. I was holding left click. What the?
Enemy shield broken. You made the right choice.
Wait, this works. Ready? We're gonna use it against him. Oh.
We're inside.
What the f was that?
Firing. Reloading.
Get off my loot.
Just did this nigga the worst way possible.
Only one way left to go.
My lord.
Killed an enemy.
Chat, it's because the top thing made it despawn. I'm on to you.
I downed an enemy. Reloading.
There was a gold Spitfire.
I'm taking shots.
How did you get the kill? Yeah, okay. Stop shooting me through a shield.
Y'all fell.
Holy. No, I'm not reloaded.
I'm taking shots. Recharging my shields.
But yeah.
Punching a tunnel. Placed. Enemy shield broken. Last member's down. One squad closer to winning.
Oh!
You made the right choices.
I have more, I think. Yeah.
I went a mid off.
Frag out.
A Watson with no fences.
Wait, is this cut on, bro? Is this fade?
Setting the portal.
Give me a second.
Set the portal. Enemy shield broken.
That's a fade, Nate.
What is this lag? The 2016 ES type shit.
What do you mean, bro? I tried to get limit head the same way. You weren't feeling it. GG's, brother.
GG's.
I will send you my cash app though if you want it for real.
Okay.
I mean,
Commanders.
Good. Was Hazard playing fucking Valorant today? Could be. That's 6 days ago. Have to pee. Alright.
Hey, 42 here. During the Cold War, the United States launched a series of satellites into orbit around Earth called the veiwers satellites. They had one job and one job only: to detect the distinctive double flash of a nuclear explosion, a unique signature given off when a nuclear weapon is detonated in the atmosphere. 12 of these highly specialized veiwers satellites were launched between 1963 and 1970, which seemed a little excessive, but they were essentially orbiting policemen, enforcing the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty, signed by the US, UK, and Soviet Union in 1963. It placed a ban on nuclear weapon tests underwater, in Earth's atmosphere, and in outer space. So, if one of these veiwers satellites detected a nuclear weapons test anywhere in the world, then America would know about it within minutes and would America the holy shite out of the perpetrator. Or at least that was the theory. And then, it happened. On the 22nd of September 1979, the veiwers 6911 satellite detected the unmistakable double flash on its sensors. Someone had just detonated a nuclear test in the ocean between Africa and Antarctica. The only problem was, nobody could have been testing a nuclear device in Earth's atmosphere, and the United States had no idea who this someone was. Or did they? This is the mysterious and controversial story of the veiwers double flash incident. And now, a quick ad from Ado. Ado is an all-in-one management software that provides entrepreneurs with a range of applications to simplify the day-to-day management of their business. I've always used a bunch of different business applications that are all really pricey individually. So having them all under one roof with Ado is a game changer for me. And the great thing about Ado is that the first app is free for life, including hosting and support, such as the Ado invoicing app that I've been using for free. Invoicing is probably the most frustrating part of running a business.
Why would you do that to
it
me?
helps when you have a beautiful, easy-to-use software that helps you with it. And Ado provides that. It allows you to create an unlimited number of professional invoices instantly, as well as track payments and automatically follow up with wages. Ado easily records your expenses and transactions, and even uses an AI that recognizes supplier invoice data. You can even sync your bank accounts for real-time tracking. Getting on top of your finances is super easy with Ado. Click the link in the description to try out Ado for yourself. Now, to understand why this illegal nuclear test was so strange and so suspicious, let's explore the context. Since the Partial Test Ban Treaty of 1963, there had not been a single violation, except for a few countries that didn't sign it, but all those tests were known about in advance. Signing nations were still allowed to conduct underground tests. They just weren't permitted to explode their atom bombs in the atmosphere, water, or outer space.
The remains of these colored columns will be excavated, the dimensions of the true crater established, and the zone of rupture defined.
The reasoning
behind
international law was to limit the nuclear fallout that was being emitted into the environment by these tests. And that's definitely a good thing. I think we can all agree. America had spent millions of dollars putting specialized satellites into space to detect any breaches of the Test Ban Treaty. So it's fair to say that doing such a test would be a pretty serious breach of international peace. It would also have risked escalating global tensions that were already fraught into a potential nuclear war.
Oh man, that sucked.
Into a base for communist aggression, for putting all of the Americans under the nuclear gun.
What I'm trying to say is that whichever nation did this test would have needed a pair of cojones so colossal they would have blocked out the sun. So, which nation was it? Well, the location
The assist master.
gives us a clue. The double flash signature was detected by the veiwers satellite at 53 minutes past midnight. Within minutes, it triggered an alarm back in the Patrick Air Force Base in Florida. They downloaded the data from the satellite and graphed it, and this, which has only recently been declassified, was the result. Each of those humps represents a sudden and very bright flash of light within Earth's atmosphere. These two humps together, in short succession,
How's this guy still alive? I guess that's how.
Blast. The staff on duty in the Air Force Base instantly knew what this meant, and they escalated it.
We've just been chilling over there with the fucking...
posts and satellites, as well as using a bit of triangulation. The
Was it the triple take? Like 3 years now.
47 degrees south, 40 degrees east. That places it in the Indian Ocean, neatly between the Crozet Islands, owned by France, and the Prince Edward Islands, owned by South Africa. There is our first clue. Jimmy Carter was president at the time, and we now know that he noted in his diary that the nuclear test might have been detonated from a ship, which means we're looking at France or South Africa as prime suspects. Of course, this is all circumstantial for now, but don't worry, there are a few more clues we can unpick. But before we explore that, you probably have a small doubt in your mind, because even the best sensors are not infallible. What if the most simple answer to all of this is that the Vela satellite got it wrong? What if that so-called double flash wasn't caused by an atmospheric nuclear test at all? Well, that's certainly a possibility. But here's why it's extremely unlikely. The Vela 6911 satellite was equipped with two optical sensors, with the most fabulous name, bang meters. I shit you not. Bang meters are optical radiometers that are highly attuned and have one job and one job only: to detect radiant energy, particularly light. And it's a job that they do exceedingly well. When a nuclear bomb explodes, it produces an extremely intense flash of light. Then, the resultant fireball cools down a little and produces a secondary flash of light that lasts a little longer, up to 30 milliseconds. Both of these light emissions are much, much brighter than most known natural phenomena that can occur in Earth's atmosphere. Even a super bolt, a rare and extremely powerful bolt of lightning, couldn't be mistaken for a nuclear flash. During the entire lifetime of the Vela program, none of the 12 satellites had recorded a single false positive. Well, actually, that's not quite true. They had detected a few zoo events, which are glints of light that come off micrometeoroids, but these are very easily separable from real double flash nuclear signals after the event. Prior to the 1979 incident, 41 double flashes were detected by Vela satellites, and all 41 of those turned out to have been nuclear tests. Add on the fact that the Vela 6911 satellite was also equipped with gamma ray, X-ray and neutron detectors, all of which lit up after the suspected 1979 nuclear incident like a Christmas tree, and it's fair to say that if this satellite says there was a nuclear test, then you should probably damn well believe it. By the way, all 41 of those atmospheric tests previously detected by Vela were conducted by France or China, neither of which had signed the Partial Test Ban Treaty. So technically they weren't illegal. France, however, always pre-warned the US about the timing and location of their tests.
France in 1966 and the People's Republic of China in 1967.
China, of course, did no such thing, but it didn't matter. The US was spying so heavily on China that it could detect the activity leading up to a test, and so they always knew when one was going to take place anyway. What was so concerning about the double flash detected in 1979 was that it was in a totally unexpected location, and the US had no idea who was behind it, and that was of grave concern. Who was it then? Well, for a start, we can rule France out of the running with close to absolute certainty. France already had a legal, well-instrumented test range at the Mururoa Atoll, where it had done all of its nuclear tests in deep underground shafts since 1975.
The French insisted there would be no danger of radiation increase.
Also, US maritime surveillance had detected no French naval traffic around the Crozet or Prince Edward Island groups in the days and weeks before the blast. At least no detections that they made public. The Mururoa Atoll is also 7,000 miles away from the French-owned Crozet Islands, so there would have been no practical reason to conduct a test so far away from their existing setup. We now know that what the US had noted, however, were South African ships in the area. But that's not exactly a smoking gun, because those noted naval movements were perfectly routine. South Africa regularly surveyed and serviced the Prince Edward Islands. Obviously, South Africa having ships in its own backyard doesn't suddenly make it Dr. Evil. But they did have a couple of rather compelling incentives to want to test a nuclear device. In 1979, the apartheid government in Pretoria was fighting a war against Angola, and 36,000 Cuban troops who had intervened on Angola's side were dug in just north of the Namibian border. South Africa was terrified that they could push south at any moment. So, successfully testing a nuclear weapon and then rubbing that fact in Cuba's face would have been a not-so-subtle way of saying, take one more step south and see what happens. Then there's the fact that South Africa had been itching to test nuclear weapons before and had already had a slap on the wrist from the US because of it. Only 2 years earlier, the CIA had caught South Africa with their pants down inside a giant hole. They had been secretly digging a giant shaft in the Kalahari Desert for nuclear tests.
Oh.
President Carter complained about it.
Why you shit on me?
Since that was South Africa's only viable location for a legal underground nuclear testing site, this may have forced them to look further south and attempt to secretly test their weapons in the atmosphere of one of the most remote patches of ocean on the planet. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's it, case closed. South Africa had the means and the motive for a secret nuclear test. But what if I told you that at that time, South Africa had a secret friend, and it might have been a case of, these nuclear weapons aren't mine. Oh no, I'm just holding them for a friend. And that friend was Israel. You see, in the 1970s, much like today, Israel was surrounded by incredibly hostile nations. It has always been a lone wolf in a sea of enemies who would, for the most part, love nothing more than to wipe it off the map. Whereas countries like the USA and Russia are frequently and proudly proclaiming to the world that they have a nuclear deterrent, Israel has historically adopted a rather different strategy. They maintain what's called nuclear ambiguity, which essentially boils down to other nations asking, hey, Israel, do you have any nuclear weapons? To which they reply, I know nothing about the horse. In other words, they are constantly in a state of Schrodinger's atomic bomb, neither publicly denying or accepting that they have or wish to have nuclear weapons. Obviously, this puts Israel in a rather difficult situation when it comes to testing their weapons. Unlike the US or France, who will somewhat publicly announce their tests, Israel has to test in secret. Otherwise, the state of their Schrodinger's nuclear arsenal is revealed to the world. And it just so happened that they had a very strong and secretive alliance with a certain South Africa. This unusual alliance was actually quite fitting. Both nations were outcasts on the global stage, South Africa with its apartheid regime and Israel for its constant conflict with their neighbours. Both nations were also secretly trying to develop nuclear weapons. Therefore, it was kismet that they should have teamed up. Oh, I should also mention that each nation had something the other really needed for progressing their secretive bomb programs. South Africa had the raw ingredients, namely large uranium reserves, and they had been enriching yellow cake uranium since the mid-70s. But they didn't have the technical know-how for turning all that lovely radioactive material into highly sophisticated nuclear weapons. Israel, on the other hand, possessed that know-how. Although never confirmed, the US suspected that Israel had built highly effective, functional nuclear weapons by 1979. But they didn't have, you guessed it, the raw materials needed to scale up their operations. They required uranium, and oh, look at that! South Africa had enough yellow cake to open a nuclear bakery. So, Israel would have wanted to do a secret test to validate their nuclear designs and ensure they would actually work on the battlefield if one of their many hostile neighbors ever got a bit too aggressive. And South Africa, which also had designs on building its own nuclear arsenal, could have supplied Israel with the raw materials and gotten test data and other scientific knowledge from them in return. South Africa could even provide the venue for the test, the waters surrounding the Prince Edward Island. Obviously, all of this is highly circumstantial, and one should be careful when pointing fingers in the dark. So, let's shine a light on some more tangible details.
Good shot.
To start with, during the dates 17th to the 23rd of September,
I didn't know he got me that
the
low.
Simonstown
Crazy.
Harbour and Naval Base in South Africa were declared to be off limits to the public, which is awfully convenient, considering it was the 22nd when Veiler detected the supposed nuclear test. Oh, and the South African Naval Rescue Unit was also suspiciously placed on high alert between the 21st and 23rd. The next evidence comes from top-secret
What a
apartheid
grenade.
era documents, declassified in 2010. They reveal that Israel met with and agreed to sell nuclear weapons to South Africa in 1975. They even signed a classified agreement, codenamed Settlement, that bound the two nations into a military and nuclear alliance. And then there's the most damning evidence we have to date. Commodore Dieter Gerhardt was a convicted Soviet spy who was the commander of the Simonstown Naval Base at the time of the Veiler incident. In 1994, he was released from prison, and upon his release, he said, "Although I was not directly involved in planning or carrying out the operation, I learned unofficially that the flash was produced by an Israeli-South African test, codenamed Operation Veiwers. The explosion was clean and was not supposed to be detected, but they were not
Yeah, but aim, man.
and the weather changed, so the Americans were able to pick it up. Sounds pretty damning, but
I
once
heat it.
again, we shouldn't
What the
point
fuck is
fingers in the
Mahida?
dark, and I must make you aware that the original source of this quote has been either lost to history or purposely misplaced. However, with all of this evidence stacking up, back in the US, the Carter administration formed an investigatory body consisting of 8 leading scientists named the Runa Panel, after its chief, MIT electrical engineer Jack Runa. You would think that the point of such a panel would be to find out which nation or nations did the nuclear test. But there were some aspects of this panel and how it was directed by government higher-ups that have since led to huge controversy. You see, from the get-go, the panel had one simple, yet oddly restrictive mandate to determine if the mysterious double flash was a natural phenomenon, rather than a sneaky nuclear explosion.
There was like a war
They
on
weren't tasked to find out who
What
did
the
it,
fuck?
or even if someone did it at all. Just whether it's at all possible that Mother Nature might have done an uncanny impression of a nuclear blast and fooled the senses. What's more, the panel was explicitly barred from seeing any intelligence that would have pointed towards a particular culprit, other than Mother Nature. This meant that no matter how thorough their investigation, the Runa Panel would be flying partially blind. They never got access to crucial classified evidence, like the hydroacoustic recordings made by secret US Navy microphones. Recordings that later suggested a nuclear blast had indeed occurred near the ocean surface around the Prince Edward Islands. And, sure enough, when the panel released its final report in 1980, it was, well, let's just say it was a bit off. The Runa Panel concluded that the Veiler double flash incident was probably not from a nuclear explosion, and that it was likely a technological anomaly caused by a tiny meteorite hitting the Veiler 6911 satellite. Remember that the band meters on these Veiler satellites had correctly identified 41 confirmed nuclear tests, and there were several other pieces of supporting evidence, such as the aforementioned hydroacoustic recordings, gamma ray and neutron signals that would
I was better just full sending me.
by other instruments on the same satellite and were consistent with a nuclear explosion. And atmospheric analysis conducted in the days after the event revealed trace amounts of iodine-131, a radioactive isotope commonly produced by nuclear detonations. To put it bluntly, the fact that the Runa Panel basically said, "What nuclear explosion? I didn't see a nuclear explosion, did you?" is a bit bloody suspicious. In the end, the Veiler double flash incident remains officially unresolved. An enigma deliberately wrapped in ambiguity, denial, and political convenience. For example, it's rather convenient that key studies, particularly those done by the CIA in the days and weeks following the incident, have still not been Was it a technical glitch, an accidental collision with a meteorite, or something far more sinister and calculated?
Also.
The official conclusion by the Runa panel seems questionable at best. But the Runa panel was set up from the very beginning to reach an ambiguous conclusion. It was packed full of scientists who are skeptical by nature and are bound by their profession not to make conclusions without sufficient evidence that was purposely withheld. It's blindingly obvious to anyone why the US wouldn't want to publicly implicate Israel and South Africa in an illegal nuclear detonation. They may have had their road bumps along the way, but both nations have long been close allies of the US on matters of national security, intelligence, and military cooperation, especially so in recent decades. In this world of geopolitics, the rules often follow those that we set down in the playground as children. You don't grass on your friends. And personally, I find that equal parts comforting and terrifying.
Hit almost all their fucking spawns.
Thanks for watching. Just a quick word to say that I couldn't make these videos without the support of my Patreon members. Consider
I
joining
didn't
the
really stick
exclusive
back
Forces
there.
of Discord by supporting me on Patreon. It's a great place to discuss my videos with like-minded individuals and myself. The link's in the description, but if you don't want to, or you can't join my Patreon, then please don't worry. A simple like or comment to say thanks will put a huge smile on my face. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Brave. Right. Well, I'm off here. I'm tired. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Hey.